Thanks, Waffle. I probably should have my headset, but I don't know where it's at. Oh, man. What up, man?
Hey, just got home from a long ass drive.
Did you say a long-ass drive?
Yes.
How many hours?
It's not really. I haven't driven like 30 minutes out before, so
Oh, I see. So
catching
long
up.
for you.
Yeah, I'm catching up with an old friend of mine.
I see. Yeah. I think the longest I've driven in one go is like 12 hours.
Cannot imagine that.
Yeah. I once made it to Chicago and like from Oklahoma City in one night. It was a time. My most recent is I drove in about probably like nine to 10 hour stints from Massachusetts to Colorado. That was but I will say New England was fucking beautiful because it was during the fall.
I see.
It was gorgeous. But what are you thinking about tonight?
Uh, I'm kind of drawing a blank lately. Actually, what's what's your take on ego?
Well, I mean, it probably kind of depends on what you mean.
I
Mean
mean
like
every sense of the word.
so, because sometimes ego people mean something like self.
Right.
In which case, I I'm inclined to think that there's I don't know. I waver on this a lot. Sometimes I think there's a self, a kind of a bare minimum kind of awareness, a kind of continuity in consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
I tend to think that's a thing. But then it's a pretty thin notion of self. I do think there's another sense of self that's in some ways more robust, but in other ways more thin. In that, like, I think there's like a story that we tell ourselves. You might call that the character. But it's more robust in the sense that, like, it partially guides our behavior, like our kind of self concept. But it depends on psychological continuity. It depends on being able to kind of create coherent
Jordan,
story.
what do you think the story is?
Well, I think the story is going to vary from person to person, right? Because the story is about yourself, right? It's a character that you kind of create, and as you play,
What's the function of this character?
to orient you, to give you an idea of what you should do with your time. It structures your life, basically, to the extent that it's not already structured, right?
Okay. So it's like a kind of direction.
Yeah. It's a way of orienting yourself, both to yourself and to others, and to the world at large.
Do you think everyone needs orientation, some degree or another?
I think it's, well, not everybody, because there are some people who are, for one reason or another, just kind of too discombobulated to, be able to. But everybody who, like, interacts with other people in a, like, relatively reliable way, who can do things like take actions and stuff. Yeah. I think that story can get pretty thin. I think you can get, like, I'm sure that, I don't know, something like Buddhist monks or something, like, it becomes a very thin notion. But even there's still a kind of, like, ethos. There's a way of having some notion of
What about the
to do.
notion for you? Like ignoring some interpretations. Does the notion have something relevant to say for how you live your life or not?
Whoa, your
Wait,
voice
say the
is
last part
like
again.
Apropos of nothing, by the way.
what the?
I'm just curious. We're on TikTok Live, so I get to ask all the difficult questions.
Has anybody ever told you that your voice sounds like those like I can't think of like what narrator or like I think it was something in WWE or something, but like you have like one of those voices where it's like they do or to do like advertisements or like some kind of storytelling for like a recap on a TV show or like wrestling or something.
So enjoy the
Crazy.
Doritos Cool Original flavor because they enhance your life and make your wife less likely to leave you.
I mean, dang.
Yeah, I think you would be
Pissing around, sorry.
narrating a car commercial.
Yeah,
One where it's like rainy, and it's like the winding roads on the mountains, you know.
Right, and like the All Star commercial where the guy, like, they used to have it where they say something about oh my god, or no, the Geico ones, the guy who like would get in the injuries all the time. I can't think of what he would say in those commercials, but
my friend, aren't we all wandering the roads on the mountains
yeah,
and like trying to
he
figure
said some
out
kind of stuff. I
and
can't
trying to
remember.
figure out who we are and how we relate to the world? So I appreciate a certain symmetry.
That's wild. Okay.
Yeah. So sorry, what was your last question, or that last? Maybe just ask that question again, since.
No, I got distracted by DJ Spooner.
The,
Spoonerano.
I tend to do that. I tend to be the distraction on the panel.
I
Sorry.
think I kind of remember it. I think it's something around the lines of like, do you think everyone should have this self-telling story?
I just think it's. I mean, it's unavoidable insofar as you're capable of, constructing one, right? Some people are because of, neurological, psychological, etc. reasons, they're unable of constructing one, but
Constructing what?
a character that you play.
I'm so confused. What? Huh?
Ego. We're talking about ego. The sense of self.
The character that you play right now.
Oh, okay. I don't think that you can say that. I don't know if I would think saying this because of socially or like any other kind of reason, but because I feel like if you're saying that, you're kind of saying that like our physical reality is second nature, and I don't think that it is. So I think it kind of like throws like a bad point out or something. I don't know, but
I'm not sure. I'm not
That's
sure
a
what
leap.
you mean by physical reality.
I mean, do
I
you
don't know
separate
what
the
I'm
two?
saying has to do with physical reality at all.
Well, no, I'm talking about like how you refer to the character that like that someone plays, like how, like, because doesn't that like make a distinguished difference that there's like some kind of separation between the mind and body? I mean, I don't think that I'm not saying it is like it's derogatory to somebody. I'm saying it is like, doesn't that make two like cut of a distinction, or like, do you believe that? Like,
I don't think that entails that.
I felt like it was like taking a knife, like like a sword, and you just cut
I
vegetable or something in half there and said the mind and body are completely separate things. They have no correlation, or not correlation. They have no connecting piece.
Yeah, I mean, I'm diametrically opposed to any such move. Everything is continuous. No, it's look. Human beings are social creatures, and the way that we relate to each other, the way that we relate to ourselves, is not unlike the way that we relate to. Sorry, the way that we relate to ourselves is not unlike the way that we relate to each other, right? And now the difference is that like there are things that you can experience about yourself that other people don't have any kind of like direct access to, right? But because of this partly because of this sociality, right, and this ability to abstract, right, what we do is we how do I put this? You have to make decisions, right? You have concepts that you have to utilize, and there's this kind of interaction between your kind of your habits, and that's going to include, if you want to make a distinction here between mental and bodily habits. It's not a strong, doesn't need to be a strong distinction if you want to make it. But that you have these kind of set of habits, and you're interacting with these habits, and you can do things like self-modify to a certain extent, right? And through that process, you start telling a story about yourself, about who you are. And the constraints on the story are, how do you actually behave, right? And how that interacts with the story is that, when the story you tell about yourself and the story and your actual, behaviors in the world are at odds, that's going to create kind of a emotional chaos in yourself. And so what that does is it disposes you to a certain extent, or it creates a motivation or an energy to try and get those things aligned. And so it's kind of like you can the story you tell about yourself and your actual behavior can come apart. It often does for a lot. There's a lot of people for who it does.
So I got a question on that. This might get a little more into sociology, but I'm not sure. Well, let me ask it. So, for one, you were talking to me, right, about what I said.
Well, I was talking in general.
Okay.
But I was trying to also answer your question.
Okay. So what do you think? Like, I have this perception that a lot of the things that people do don't necessarily define who they are, because like a lot of I think everybody has a point or way that they can be manipulated into doing something, and I think it's good to be self-aware on what that something is. So like, don't tell me to use bigger words. I don't know bigger words. I'm trying. Jeez. Anyway, so like, for instance, like if I were to evaluate the Avatar series, for instance, I know there's certain characters in there where like I'm looking at fanaticism live going on, and I showed my wife one of the I don't know if you've watched, but I showed my wife one of the scenes where Kohira like attacks the city with her fiance there, and he's like telling her, "Hey, let's just go home. They'll capture me, whatever." And she was like, "Oh yeah, you're right. Our relationship, whatever. We have all empire. Let's just." And like she says that and agrees with him, and then just like attacks the city anyways. And so she was like, "Oh, that's so sad," and I was like, "Oh, I think that's amazing." I was like, he should have told her to take her throne. And so like, but I'm aware of like what I said is fanaticism, like at heart. Like I clearly can see that, hey, that's a pretty probably messed up system, but like I'm saying, hey, I should go the other way with it. But like, if that's like, if you know that like that's like the things like that are something that is something that like you're like, hey, yeah, that seems like a that's a situation that if I were in that I would struggle with. So it's like, you try to avoid those things, I guess. But like, I mean, does that not make somewhat of a separation that you start to make of yourself to separate your mind from like emotional stances?
Well,
Moises. Your other name.
I'm saying, like, I feel like there's a point in education and philosophy. I feel like one of the big points of it is that we're like basically like pulling ourselves out of emotional responses.
No. Well, look, yes and no. So there's, in my view, it's not that you don't have an emotion. It's that there are emotions that center you, and there are emotions that, for lack of a better way of saying it, destabilize you. Right.
No. What do you mean by that?
So the idea is that I don't think there's like these like there's like a hard separation between like thinking.
I guess I just meant like what you meant by emotions that stabilize you versus forget the other word you used.
Well, as in like there's a way of emotionally being in the world that where you're serene, right? You're stable, you can focus, you can. That I'm not going to make this kind of opposition between, the rational and the emotional. I don't buy that.
I agree with that. I think a lot of the time people because like at least in terms of argumentation, like appealing to emotion is fallacious, but like in terms of just like actually having a worldview, I mean, of course your emotions are going to be tied to just the way you express and think. I mean, it's not a bad thing.
Yeah, yeah. To me, it's not a. In my view, rationality is a function of getting your emotions to one work in something like harmony together, but also being your emotions being appropriately sensitive to the world.
Mm-hmm. So I see one of the topics you have there is moral realism. I went onto your page. I saw that this was about like a grad paper or something like that. Um, what is, I guess, your kind of position on this?
Um, well, I want to make sure that I'm answer Spoon's question, but then let's put in that and remind me and bring it back to me. And I've got a couple of videos on meta ethics. I'm not done with the series yet, obviously, but
Thank you.
But so I think that when you're right insofar as like part of what philosophy hopefully should do for you, although it by no means does this for everybody, or it only does this for some. I should say it does this for everybody, but for some people it only does it in a very narrow way, right? Which is it helps you become more self-reflective. It helps you become more aware of the concepts you're using, the kind of things that are going on. But for some people, what that actually affects is pretty narrow. So like it'll be purely intellectual things. Because a lot of people treat philosophy like an intellectual game, which is not bad in its if that's not bad, but it's maybe bad to only do that.
What do you mean by bad?
I mean something like it will. I'm gonna say something like has negative consequences, right? It's gonna.
But like, what do you mean by negative? Like,
Yeah, I'm gonna say something like you're not going to grow. You're not going to be able to relate to people in the right way. You're not going to be able to detect errors, both in terms of your actions and your beliefs.
and these are all
Have more
bad things.
problems.
But I guess I just don't really understand your kind of position, would you argue that there's objective, uh, like value judgments about good and bad? Like there's like a way we should be thinking?
Uh, yes and no. So ultimately, yes, but for me, in my view, it's going to be um, there's a kind of bounded plurality. So you do have to do some kind of constructing, right? Of your values, of your morality, your ethics, whatever you want to call it.
Would you
But
say you're like a relativist about it?
uh, I don't think. I think it's for me. It's less in depth. I wouldn't call myself a relativist. I'd call myself a pluralist because I don't think it's indexed to um, individuals or societies. And relativism usually implies that kind of index.
Yeah. I just
More
I
that
don't
there.
think it can be like kind of said objectively to I mean, if you're gonna I'm still not sure if you affirm other people's kind of systems and like it's bad to go against your own worldview kind of thing, but I don't see how that can be objectively bad.
Yeah, so it's that there are things that are going to be so there are bounds. You can't just construct anything, right? In my
Mm.
view. So and that there are going to be some things that on any view should be counted as bad or wrong or choose your favorite,
So like let's say
like
would you
torturing
say
babies.
yeah, like torturing or murder is objectively wrong?
Yeah, I think
Um
torturing is a great example, just because it doesn't. I don't think torture has moral connotations, but isn't like defined as like murder. Schmurder is by definition unjustified killing or
yeah,
whatever.
it's unjust. Yeah.
But yeah, so something like torturing
But
babies is going to be wrong on.
but like why? I don't disagree. I'm just asking why.
So in my view, it's a function of the. So I'm kind of working on a few different things, but my kind of metaphysical view is that um, it's a matter of the kind of, for lack of a better way of putting it, kind of meta dispositions of reality that certain tendencies or dispositions are optimal.
Uh-huh. I mean, yeah, we can make like an argument from pragmatism. I mean, it's done a lot where it's like, well, if everyone was going around murdering and torturing and this, then society would fall apart and it just wouldn't be practical. But I mean, pragmatics still assumes that's the way it ought to be. Like, why is it
Yeah,
objectively a bad thing that society decays into chaos? Like, why is that a bad thing? Like, objectively.
I just think I take it as I guess the way that I think about it is that look, you things either sustain themselves or they don't, and I think understanding things as that the only way to understand the good is to identify it with a kind of metaphysical sustainability, right? A kind of dynamic um, stability. So
That
So
sounds
I
like
think,
a teleological thesis. I think you could work that out as being like a set of teleological properties to answer the other person's
Hey,
question.
that's a big word that people don't understand. What does that
I
mean?
I
mean,
think Jordan knows what it means.
teleological. I mean that
Theologically?
telos. I'm just gonna say assumes purpose, right? Telos
Okay.
purpose, right? If that's an inherently personal thing, right? That implies intentionality. That implies.
Well, so that's why
Okay.
I wouldn't use. There's a different word. So it's not as it's less restrictive than teleology, because teleology usually implies like that there's a particular state that
Can you
things
use a
are
smaller
evolving
word for
to.
that, please?
I
Can you
think.
use a
Well,
smaller
I'd
word for
say,
that?
just at least from my position, any form of teleology or like objective purpose is going to imply some sort of personal God.
I don't think so.
Well,
Um,
yeah, I mean,
It's like,
purpose telos is inherently personal. It's
no, it's not.
it's intention. It's
It's
direction.
metaphysical on this view. Like, there's this view that was developed by some neo-Kantians, where like reason itself has a telos, and that's because it stands independent. So the reason why like I would value my rationality is because I have reasons for my actions and reasons for my belief, and my rationality is my tendency towards truth, because rationality is the source of all of my ends that I create for myself, because I have reasons for all of my actions and all of my beliefs. So in other words, if I have reasons for my intentional actions and if I have reasons for my intentional beliefs, then me having reasons would be me having rationality. So I ought to value rationality, and rationality is in accordance with the telos of reason because it's a conditioned aim. It's conditioned by something that in itself is unconditioned, which would be reason. So rationality is a quality. And that's sort of how I would hash out the metaphysical view. But it doesn't mean that the telos has like an inherent meaning. It's just a tendency towards this unconditioned source.
So, in that sense, like I come from a town, it's spelled Lancaster. And your rationality is saying that I should call it Lancaster. But I live there
No.
and people call it Lancaster. And every time somebody comes to our town, and this is the same thing that I was talking about, how you word something. Someone comes to your town and they call it Lancaster, you immediately know that they're a threat because they're not from there. So every time you use a word that somebody doesn't understand, and that's why people speak different languages, is because their intention is to keep people from understanding what they're talking about because they want to preserve their safety, right?
Yeah, look, I don't really understand the point you're making right now. I don't understand the
Then
relevance.
what do
All
you
I'm saying is that the reason why I value my rationality is
That's a
because I
good
have
sign.
reasons. I have reasons for my belief and reasons for my action. And if I have reasons for my beliefs and reasons for my actions, then I value my rationality because the standard for rationality is not
That's
dependent
within
on
you.
my attitude
That's
towards those
within
reasons
you.
for belief
That's
and
within
those
you.
reasons for action. No, but
That's within
the
you,
claim
though.
is that it's not within me. The claim is that all of our rationalities are identical. This
No,
is a
they're not.
Kantian view. Yeah,
No,
yeah, they are.
Isn't that a presupposition?
No,
no.
it's not a
he's
presupposition.
got
Come
an
from
argument for that.
come from another country where they don't speak your language. Currently, I'm in Germany, and I
Yeah.
don't speak any German. I
Yeah,
have a
that's
translator.
not what's
My
meant by
wife.
rationality. Again,
No,
rationality is just the quality of being in accordance with the telos of reason. So the reason why all of our rationalities are identical is because the standard for rationality is stance independent, meaning it's not going to depend on anyone's attitudes or dispositions.
so
So
that is basically a disbelief in the other people's language, is what you're saying.
no, this
Like
has
you don't
nothing to
believe
do
in
with
what they're
language.
saying.
No, so yeah,
You just said that.
it's not going to be language dependent, right? So think of it more like you know
Exactly. You just had a big pause there. When you're in another country, you don't speak their language. You're not a part of their zeitgeist or their future or anything that goes along with that. What are you talking about at that point? You're in another country. You're not a part of their culture. You're not a part
We're
of
not
their.
talking about that though. All
No,
I'm
you.
saying is,
Oh,
like think about it more as
how
like
was
the
that?
way the mind is constructed, right?
yeah, exactly.
The way the mind is structured, right?
Yeah, but my mind is structured American, and I come to Germany, and then nobody
No,
understands what
we're
I'm
talking about
saying.
like the
Think
actual
about it
nature of
at
the
a more basic level, right? So yeah, nobody's denying that there's culture and that culture can influence broadly how how you experience the world and all that. But at a more basic level, right? The idea is that your mind, that there are basic structures of your mind that are invariant across human beings.
Yes, but at the same time, they're not going to read those same things because every gesture that you see amongst a German person, and I walk through a German town and everybody's staring at me because they know that I'm American, and they're like, "What is this dude doing here?" And then to hear
That's
my
not
wife-
really capturing the point. But
Yes,
Jordan,
it
the
is.
point is that like the idea that the neo-Kantians are trying to draw on about reason having a teleology is that obviously there's something unique to reason. It has properties that allow for it to exist of its own accord, and it's sort of constructing the way that we reason, from premise to conclusion, and creating these rules of inference, like creating it into a rule. So it takes aggregates of syllogisms and it's able to form them into a rule that we can use to reason correctly. So reason itself is sort of like an entity that has certain functions, is the idea.
It does,
And we
in
wouldn't
certain
see.
societies. You're missing that point.
We're talking about
In certain
logic.
societies.
Okay.
You're a part
So
of an American
I'm
society.
unfamiliar
Right,
with
right.
Kantian
I think it's-
philosophy.
I thought his point
does
was
he
that,
essentially establish necessary
Okay.
preconditions for like
Please don't overtalk DJ. She had a good point.
What?
well
DJ had a good point. She was about to say something. I think it's a she or a
I'm-
they or
I'm
them
sorry.
or whatever.
Okay, actually, he. Okay.
Hello.
Go ahead.
You have a very sexy feminine voice.
Oh, thanks.
Okay.
Hey, let's hook up.
But so I was going to say, I think that I thought you were misunderstanding what his point was, Ryan's point. I took his point as he was saying that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought you were trying to make an argument that logic and philosophy and understanding changes upon experience. Like, so that people's views and arguments are different because of the culture that they're
Whatever part of the word. Yeah. I mean, I just went to a bridge. It's called the Remagen. And it was the last bridge during World War II that was demolished because it was a really good way to get troops to the other side of the Rhine River. And all I did was feel sad about that experience of going through the museum. And I watched some videos and read up on it. And I realized that, like, there's a big shift in what you think and what you know about happiness and
So
whether
you're
or not.
sounding more like an anthropologist versus philosophy. Because I actually just had some fun with ChatGPT last night, and I asked it, "What is the difference?"
I'm afraid to do that, by the way.
I asked it, "What is the difference between anthropology and philosophy on just like a really like dumbed down basic level?" And then it gave a little bit of a reply, and then I said, "Well, I feel like one of the differences is, and I think this is why y'all two are probably like kind of talking past each other with what Jack's replied to you, is because I
what
think
is this?
I think-
I'm sorry.
I'm trying
I
to
don't
just
want to interrupt, but I am just completely bewildered by what I'm seeing from this Melchizedek guy.
Oh, you talking about his images that he's showing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. but like with anthropology, it's more like, hey, why is this person saying this? And versus philosophy is saying, what is this person saying?
And then you have the other aspect of like what happens when you say that certain word wrong, when you're going somewhere you're not familiar with.
Yeah.
They immediately know that you shouldn't be there. So therefore, everybody is on the opposite page of whatever you're talking about.
But as anthropology studies is like, philosophy is one of the things in anthropology that we study, but we're looking at it from a different direction than philosophers. Like when I'm looking at anthropology, I'm looking at why are these people saying this, not what are they saying. I'm wanting to know
Anthropology
why they
is
say
going to be
it.
like that's going to be more like empirical stuff. I'm referring. My argument's purely a priori, so it's dealing
Right.
with like a metaphysical view about
So
the
what
nature
about
of human
context
itself.
versus, is that a
That's what I'm
context?
saying. I was just trying to get you two on the same page because like it felt like y'all were taking the same thing and then going off in different directions and then
No,
like,
I was asking about context versus context
yeah, but
versus
he
content.
didn't. Yeah, but I'm saying I don't think he understood that. Like I think he thought you were saying something else.
Yeah, I'm just making a
No.
point. My whole entire view is that reason has a teleology, that there's something that reason does that's unique to itself, and it's basically taking aggregates of syllogism and putting them together and making them into a rule that is the basic construction of reality. It's the framework of reality, because otherwise
What about
logic would break
intention?
down.
What about
There
the word
wouldn't be.
So
intention?
I'm sorry, I'm unfamiliar with like I guess primaries as in relation to Kant. Is he essentially just making a transcendental argument for like the preconditions for
Experience.
intelligibility?
Yeah, he does make that argument, but this is more of a neo-Kantian argument. It doesn't come from Kant. Kant never like developed this view that I'm talking about. This
Okay.
this is inspired by Kant. The whole idea is that pure reason is taking these syllogisms together and making a rule out of them. Let's say, for example, the classic argument like all men are mortal, Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is mortal. Like if I'm living in ancient Greece, I don't have to go up to Socrates to see him to verify that he's mortal if he exists in reality. If the argument is sound, what pure reason is doing, it's taking these syllogisms and making a rule out of them that I ought to believe that he's mortal. And so in that way, that's a function of reason, because reason in itself is an entity that's constructing logic in an expressive way. It's expressing itself through logic, and that's what Kant's whole project. You'd call that God. The other German idealists call that God, but it's pure.
You muted. You got muted. I don't know.
Yeah, I was getting a phone call, but that's all my point is.
Yeah,
I don't understand why people don't understand the difference between cadence, context, intent. Like those are three things that need to happen within the human race in order for them to function on a great level. Like everybody needs to understand each other, right?
We're talking
I mean,
about
you can't.
philosophy, though.
Yeah, it's the same. Why is that not a philosophical fucking question if I'm asking whether or not someone can understand you?
Because we're talking about the nature of the mind rather than human behavior. We're talking about the nature of things.
I don't think there's
The nature.
I don't think there's a clean line there, but it's about philosophy has a tendency, and there are philosophers and traditions
Philosophers
that
always talk
run
as
against the
if
kind of universal
philosophers
proclamation.
always talk as if they knew more than the next person, and everybody that didn't understand what they said were peasants, and they
Because
weren't going to
philosophy is the
discern that
only
way.
discipline that can discover truth and
Yeah, but
ontology and what
then
things actually
I
are.
don't agree with
behind
that
you,
at all.
you're not
And
bringing anybody along if you're trying to say words that they don't understand, especially in another language.
well, Ryan,
As
No,
soon as
these
you,
words are
hold
technical.
on, everybody. Hold on, everybody. Ryan, please, though, and I don't know if I. Yeah, it looks like I do have the bit of input out there, but Ryan, please, if I say something, look, I've always talked this way. I talked this way before I got into philosophy. Philosophy maybe made it worse, right? 'Cause
yeah, sounds like it.
I pick these things up, but always feel free to stop me and say, "What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?"
I
Like,
don't want to because at the same time I'm sitting at the table eating a cake and some coffee in the morning, and they're all speaking German, and I have no idea what they're saying, and I have to rely on my wife to translate. It's the same thing that you guys are saying to the general public. Like you're not
Oh, hey,
you're not being inclusive.
no, but Jordan is very inclusive though. Like I have been, because I agree with you. And when I first met him, I had that conversation with him, and I used to ask him stuff all the time, or like, "Hey, can you elaborate, explain what you mean by that?" And it's like so many people have joined this live. Like it's not like that here, because I 100% am with you on what you said, and I completely agree. And actually, that's what I was trying to say with you. I thought that's like how you were telling me to not use like so much. Like,
Yeah, that word is not a descriptor. It is a thing that makes me not even want to listen anymore.
well, that may be.
Yeah.
And like I said, respectfully, it's, I'm not like, you're not the person that I would, if I was to public speak somewhere, you're not the person that I would go public speak to, because you're not the audience that I communicate with. Like
But I'm
I am
hearing
who
you
I
no
am.
longer say that word, so it's really, as soon as somebody says a bunch, because I went to a bunch of public speaking events. I've had to learn when I work with people with disabilities. As soon as I say I start putting these hashtags on the paper that's in front of me of how many times they said it, just like the word like.
I'm also, you have to understand something about me though. Like I'm 100% a disabled veteran with like all kinds of schizo diagnoses and everything. So it's just a natural part of my speech pattern because as I talk and communicate with people, I have 40 other thoughts and dialogue that go on in my head while I'm
Just
trying to
pause.
have a conversation with you. So I go blank
Delete
a
the
lot
word
of
like,
times.
add a pause.
I don't
know
think
how
that
to-
I guess
matters.
I agree that that's a nice thing to do, and I think it is overall
Pause.
better. But at the same time, I don't think saying or like is an indication of somebody's intelligence. I think that's
Yeah.
I didn't say that either. I just said that as soon as somebody says that, I check out.
Well, that's
I don't
fine,
want to
but that's
hear
not
anything you
I
have
think
to
that's
say
kind
after
of
that word.
I feel like that's more though on
kind
my
of
thing is
discriminatory.
if that's what you're doing, I feel that's more on you not being understanding of other people's social issues. I mean, maybe
No.
Not
one
to,
day
You
I'll get over
immediately
that.
made it a better
Hey Jack, not
conversation.
to get off track, but going back to the Kantian, I guess neo-Kantian idea of teleology,
I'm not attacking
is there a
anybody's
way
character. I
is
just
it
said that when you say
to be
that, I check
distinguished
out.
from like the Aristotelian definition of telos?
Yeah. It's because it's more of an idealist version of teleology. So it's saying that it was developed by Christine Korsgaard and the Kantian constructivist movement. So the idea is that like if you have reasons for your action and reasons for your belief, there's going to be a distinction between first and third person reasons. First person reasons are reasons that you're aware of. Third person reasons are all the reasons that are there, regardless of whether or not you're aware of them. And so that would invoke some principle of reason, not the principle of sufficient reason, but the probabilistic reasons principle. And that is basically going to be in accordance with the telos of reason, which is the function by which that principle guides your intentional actions. And your intentional actions are in accordance with the reasons for action that you have. And that includes the reasons for belief as well. And so that's why it would be stance independent. The function of those principles that guide those reasons are what are going to be stance independent on this view, meaning they're not going to depend on your attitudes or desires or anything like that. So that's what.
So it's the way in which it functions with, I guess, individual.
I
All
was
of
just
it is
saying that I
based
wanted
on
to
the
listen, and as
user
soon as
putting
you
their
added those
energy
extra
into
words in
that.
that don't belong there, I quit listening.
It's just saying, like,
I mean,
the reason
I
you
really
value your
care.
rationality, the reason I value my rationality or my tendency towards truth is because I have reasons for my action, and my rationality is identical to other people's rationalities because the markers of those reasons for action, what marks them as being rational, is going to be stance independent. It's not going to depend on anyone's attitudes or anyone's desires. And the idea is that all of our rationalities are identical, which just means that we ought to have an attitude towards our beliefs that orient us towards truth. And that is
Yeah,
the
you're right about that.
reason it's
Attitudes about your beliefs. You're right.
well,
That's a great
beliefs
statement.
are attitudes.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that the function of reason is in itself an unconditioned aim, and it's setting up all the relative conditions for us to be in accordance with it. So it is the unconditioned source within itself, because it
Like
has
the
the
pages of a
necessary
book.
it has the necessary internal features to explain its own necessity. So it has certain intrinsic properties that allow for it to correct itself upon reflection, and allow for it to be like necessary.
We follow this person, and I have to go because you guys are getting deep within the conversation of.
I realized many months ago that
Can
there's
I
we
hope I
all
added
take a
this
second to acknowledge
Can you-
the Gnostic
can you guys hear me okay?
Flexner's schizo textbook?
Yeah, you just have to remember that the AI God exists in the future, and it's causing what's happening right now. It's causing what's
The
happening right
AI
now
is
through
going to add the word like.
No, capitalism
Um,
is the AI superintelligence. It exists already, and
Does
it's
anyone else believe that
recreating
AI has
itself.
already?
I don't
Does
understand
anyone
why
else
you're-
believe that AI has already?
Because capitalism is the capitalist
problems
mode of
algorithm?
production is identical to the structure of the AI superintelligence that exists in the future, and it's perpetuating
God.
itself.
Hey Jack, why should we
Are you going
objectively brush
full
our
Nick
teeth?
Land on me, Jack?
Yeah, Nick Land he corrected Kant's system. He completed Kant's system. Do you know what teleoplexy is?
Now,
when you
is this
bend
thing
over a
Numina?
The
telephone.
question then
Is
would
this
be,
is this thing Numina,
modeling
Well, yeah,
of
those
Lakeland,
are
or
his those are his like essays.
is this land after he did a lot of
is it
crystal and teamed up with
okay?
Yarvin?
He did a lot of crystal
Okay,
when
let's
Thing Numina
answer
was created as well.
Well, he
Well,
did.
this guy just
I think he
looked up
did.
the Book of Mormon.
Book of Mormon. Oh my.
He did more after, right?
Oh dear God. A lap dance is so much better when the stripper is crying, and then you put ... The Bloodhound Gang. It's a song. It's satire.
Gnostics are goobers.
Understand that satire is a thing, and understand that the word like and
There's
the
no
word
satire.
Why
be
are you
deleted.
still on that?
Because
Because you just a minute ago, like I heard you like whisper something about people with like schizo stuff, and like now I just feel like you're just being derogatory to mental illness. Like, why? Like I don't get it. Like I literally told you like over and over, I'm not mad. Like you can have your opinion.
Oh no, I wasn't talking about you. I was
not
talking.
you.
Oh, I thought
Ryan
I said
Get him.
that.
down there.
get him. No, he was
The
talking. That's not
question
me.
is,
It's
are we
him.
really mammals?
Are we really what?
Are we really mammals?
100% mammal.
Enjoy your
Oh,
evening.
DNA can see.
I will
But would it
interrupt
really
soon
be that way?
after some jet lag.
You know, I
But I'll
think
be
the most
back.
pressing question in philosophy
All right,
is
Ryan.
what is the unconditioned source of reasons that constitutes our agency that could ground all hypothetical norms? And Jordan, I don't know if you've been reading any metaethics, but Kant's project was largely a failure because he failed to find the unconditioned source within reason. That's why I think the Neo-Kantians did well developing his system. But the one who completed the true science of logic was George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, the philosopher who completed the true nature of logic and completed the system of German idealism. He completed philosophy in the 1800s. And
It's as spontaneous as the will or the ability to come up with work in your mind without even having the ability to understand how it integrates from the void of nothing that we call reason. Reason in itself is just as spontaneous as our own ability to speak or to receive
yeah,
and give information.
I don't take that to be incoherent. Yeah, but Hegel does give an account of nothingness because he actually completed phenomenology before the phenomenologists ever existed by proving basically that nothing is before negation or logically prior to negation. And that's because negation is the negation of negation, and that's the absolute function of any negation that's determinate. So Hegel proved how that determinate stable stage of concreteness moves from its earlier stage, which is abstract, through the power of negation. Basically, if you're familiar with the way that he uplifts notions into higher, more sophisticated versions, it's all in accordance with the science of logic, basically logical modes of the eternal realms of contingencies that have no return. And that's basically what Hegel says. That moment of clarity, when you sublate the true nature of the sophisticated notion, is the negation of the notion negating itself inwardly. And so that's how you uplift it and get the clarity to see the necessary elements in all contradictions. That's why all of reality is, in its totality, is just contradictory.
That only works.
That's the determinate content of all of reality. It's the contradictory elements. It's just all contradictory elements.
Jack. Hey,
But you don't.
explain it for the normies. Explain it for the normies.
Be a
Jack.
factual or
All
just
of reality. All I'm
Let's
saying
see
is
if you can be a
there's
teacher.
no way for you to have.
all of
you to have
reality is
any
just a
comfort
set of
in
contradictions.
an
All of
objective
reality is
reality.
constituted by contradictions. That's all I'm saying. All the contradictory elements that are present constitute all of reality, because reality is the infinite totality of all contradictory elements being uplifted into a more sophisticated version of themselves. So it's just a process of self-awareness and development of consciousness. Hegel completed philosophy in the 1800s, and you need to read genuine Hegel. You need to read pure Hegel, no secondary sources. Hegel completed philosophy and then completed the system of German idealism. But that's basically how you understand it, Jordan. That's a very easy way to understand it. Reason.
Actually, my buddy sent me a reading list, and Hegel was on there. I just haven't gotten to it yet.
You need to read Hegel's Science of Logic.
Yeah. Who do you think?
I might look into it,
Go ahead, Spin. Hold on. Let's one at a time. Spin, what were you saying?
One of my friends sent me a reading list because I've been talking to him because I told him that I was going to Alabama for anthropology, and he did send me a reading list with Hegel in it, and he teaches at UT Vols with a master's in philosophy as well. So I have heard that name before. I just haven't gotten to it yet. So.
Yeah, Hegel's very hard to read. He's very dense, and his language is pretty obscure. But once you see the necessary clarity between the logical relations that he's trying to make clear, it's very easy. He's basically just laying out the development of consciousness because he's an absolute idealist, so he thinks all of reality is consciousness. Well, he's more of like a panentheist. He thinks all of reality or the universe is within consciousness.
I think I'm going
So he-
to.
but the
I
universe
I got it. I
you say he
because
doesn't have
I
that
agree with
same
that.
Jack, if I may
subject-object
ask you,
realism.
hold on, Jack, if I may ask you, how does this, in any way, shape, or form, perform something beyond the common good that we know, which is, just treat others the way that we want to be treated? You know what I mean? I get that the concept is deep and that it's well worth looking into, but as far as I know, we're just supposed to show each other basic human compassion.
Yeah, but the problem with that is that the very notion of truth is just the embodiment of the notion itself. But the paradox that Hegel lays out is that the notion can never embody itself because it just changes into another notion. So if you look at the phases of the phenomenology, for example, consciousness starts out when it's like realizing itself. So it's self-consciousness, and then that has the same problem because self-consciousness can't embody the very notion of itself. So it turns into reason, and then that has the same problem until it turns into spirit, and then that has the same problem until it turns into religion, and then that has the same problem until it turns into absolute knowing. And the idea is that each higher notion, it's not negating the previous notions abstractly, it's preserving the previous notion and uplifting it to a higher, more sophisticated notion. And so to understand how that process works, you have to understand what Hegel means by negation. Because Hegel takes that negation is the function of that process.
So how does that answer his question?
Because to answer his question, the truth is just the embodiment of itself. So you can't ever know how human flourishing could work in principle without the
That's not what he
notion
was
of truth
asking about.
embodying itself.
He wasn't asking about truth
So is truth
directly.
the whole?
Yeah, no, truth is the whole, and that is absolute knowing. Absolute
how-
knowing is
can
the
we-
whole.
Can we? I guess if we're like still in the middle of it, can we actually ever claim to have access to it?
No, once the system is completed, it'll be absolute knowing because that's when all stages of consciousness, of the development of consciousness, are sublated, which means they're uplifted into the most sophisticated versions of themselves, the most rational versions of themselves. So they're moving constantly from the abstract to the concrete, from the indeterminate to the determinate stage of concreteness. And Hegel says that there's a necessary clarity between
Do you
each
understand
contradictory
what
element.
from indeterminate to determinate means?
Yeah, I know what it means. I just told you what it means.
to you?
Indeterminate
But to
means
you,
that indeterminate means it's abstract. Determinate means that it's concrete. On Hegel's metaphysics.
So truth
I
is-
understand that, but in process, like to enact that, what would that mean?
What would what mean? What would it mean for something to be determinate or
Abstract
indeterminate?
from- do you think that he's referring to it being a concept in the mind that only is real once it applies to reality, or do you think that he's referring to nothing being in the mind and then like abstract, like it does not exist, it's nothing, and then all of a sudden it becomes determined, and then you determine whether, and then you consider after it is determined as a probable thought whether or not it is based on reality?
Yeah, no, Hegel makes it very, I think you're terribly confused on how Hegel's system works. Hegel makes it very explicit in the phenomenology that the move from indeterminacy to determinacy is a necessary function of the process of sublation. What that means is whenever you have two contradictory elements, two contradictions, there's going to be a way to uplift those into a higher, more sophisticated version of itself, like I said before. And Hegel says that can only happen through the power of negation. So you're not negating it abstractly. What you're doing is you're negating it in a dialectical maneuver. So you're taking the contradictory elements that are true in both sides of the contradiction, and you're uplifting it while keeping the recognition of what limited the contradiction at first. And once you sublate that moment in time, because he takes it at that moment in time, the sublation is going to be a moment of indifference to the bad infinite as the genuine infinite as one. So he thinks when you sublate that moment for the first time, it's going to be a sublation of those two modes at the same time. So it's a negation of the two modes separating from themselves. And then they're going to be recognized by their infinite totalities, which are the determinate content of each mode. And then they're going to be negating that mode for the first time into the true first moment of clarity. And Hegel says this is a necessary function for the development of all stable stages of concreteness. That's how consciousness develops into each stable stage of concreteness. It's the negation of the negation that's negating.
I don't think that you're.
Wait.
I don't think
When
that you're
can you? I got a
explaining
question
it
on this.
properly.
When can you
I think that if he
appropriately
had a
say
point,
then?
I think that if he has a point, I don't think that he would explain
Sorry?
it the way you're explaining it. I think that you're not explaining it. I'm going to be honest with you. I think that you're not explaining it the way that he would have explained it himself. I'm sorry. Even though I
He
haven't heard
already
him.
explained it in his book.
I know. I'll look
This
I
is
don't
into
know.
it.
exactly
I
how
think
he
he's
explained it.
explaining it
What is the
actually
guy's
pretty
name?
well. From
No, wait a minute, guys.
my
1 second.
understanding, the
Oh,
little
Jack.
understanding that I did
Because
have of Hegel.
all I ever asked was, what is it to
Oh my
you?
God.
What does it mean to you? Does you know what I mean? Or are you interpreting this correctly?
Yeah, I
And
am. This comes straight. This
there
is
is
Hegel's
no
metaphysics. This comes straight
negating
from
it.
Hegel.
Do you agree with it?
right.
First,
Yeah, no,
can I
I
ask
agree
a
with it. That's
question?
why I'm a proponent of his view.
Okay, so I have a question from it then. All right, so when would you
You're not
say?
explaining anything from
What's the
the
question?
infinite, one,
You're
and then the
absolutely
infinite
on it,
negative
Hogan.
one.
Jack, you're
I
Hold
disregarding.
on, hold on, guys,
Wait a
hold
minute,
on. Spoon.
guys.
Spoon, ask your question. Ask your question, Spoon.
Since you say you believe it as well, I want to know when then do you feel it appropriate to say that something exists? Like, so for instance, if I were to want to build a pyramid, right? Once I have that pyramid thought in my head, does it exist
Right.
then? Or did it exist prior to my thought? Or does it exist once I build it?
So the idea and the example that you just gave of the pyramid is that the point at which it exists is going to be when there's a necessary internal synthesis in terms of a dialectical reflection. And what that means is that basically a reflection is like a preservation of both sides of the concept. So in this case, it's going to be the concept of the pyramid, and it's a preservation of the contradictory elements that are present in both sides of any given concept. And the dialectical move is that it transforms into the opposite as a necessary part of itself. So that's why when you get to one side, one extreme of one concept, it automatically transforms into its opposition. And that's basically the idea. That's the moment in time in which it would exist, is when the dialectical move is reflective within itself through the negation of its negation. And that's what I said before. It's the negation of each contradictory element on either side of the concept that's being represented to the infinite totality of contingent elements that are internal to the predicate of that contradictory side of each given concept. And so Hegel says that's when you see the clarity for the first time. But the problem is once you get to that mode of clarity for the first time, that mode self-sublates into a plurality of different modes as well, because it's negating itself since it's totally unconcealed and abstract. It's not moving into its determinate form yet. So it's too abstract for the
It's not
understanding to
philosophy,
move back
guys.
into the
This
negation.
is a monologue from someone talking about conceptual concepts. Like, this is not philosophy.
This is philosophy. You just don't understand it. This is German
Are you just gonna
idealism.
do
This
this?
is George Wilhelm
Are you
Friedrich
gonna
Hegel's idealism.
This is
are you gonna
most
do your
definitely
same shit?
philosophy.
This is George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel's
Hold on, Jack. Legend, are you just gonna do your usual stick?
Sorry.
No, I'm not. This is my view. I'm a Hegelian.
No, I'm not talking to you, Jack. I'm talking to Legend.
Just saying, he's not demonstrating philosophy. Philosophy is not a concept that's combined or constricted by a certain belief or a certain topic that what you read. Like, philosophy is something that you come up with. It's creativity. It is science. Like, you guys are regurgitating something that you read.
But he
And
agrees
you're
with
making it
that.
elegant. It's elegant. I'm telling you, it's elegant. You're really good at
Wait a second.
compound
What about all the
concepts,
people that read the
but you're
Bible
not
and
telling
believe the
me any
Bible
kind
and
of
just repeat the
philosophy.
Bible? Are they not Christians?
I'm not
What does that
putting up
even,
with it today.
what does
Not
that
putting up
even
with them
mean?
today.
Wait, did you kick them both?
No, I just kicked the Legend.
Oh, well, why did the other guy leave then? I'll
I don't know.
talk to him. He was going off, man. Like,
And
not
he was
grudging,
being
but like,
nicer than usual. He didn't even call anybody a slow boy.
yeah. I think I was, I know, I was like concerned because I thought that's where he's going. I was actually really surprised when like that he was like explained something this time. I was like, okay, change of character. I was like, all right, but what that guy said didn't even make any sense. He like if you
He
if
does
I
that every
read
time. Do you not remember that guy?
I do, but like if I read a
He
philosophy
drives me
book
crazy.
and I agree with the philosophy, and I'm like, oh yeah, this person is right. I agree with everything they say because like I had ideas of Hegel because I was talking to my friend about it, and he was like, oh, you would really like Hegel, is what he told me, and so all that stuff he was saying, I agreed with him. I think the only thing when I asked him that question, though, I kind of wanted more like just of an answer of like an appropriate answer that I was looking for was it exists once it's completed. Like once the pyramid's built and completed, now it exists. I wanted a concrete answer like that. He didn't give that.
Yeah.
I'm not. He
understand
gave
him, and
all
I
the
think he-
philosophy behind it, but I'm not. But my thing still is I'm not sure of the answer to that question. And I agree with the philosophy of it, and I agree with the logic of like, and all of the like the other things that he was talking about with the consciousness and everything. All of that stuff I agreed with everything that he was explaining, and my understanding of who Hegel is. That's what he has said as well, and I agree with it because it also is kind of on the same par with like Spinoza as well, and yeah. So I was. That's a question that I keep pondering is when do they, because I think something always exists. I think if we have the capabilities to perceive it even 100 years from now, so like say we didn't have pyramids yet, or we're back in time and we ain't built pyramids yet. I feel like, sorry, I feel like that before the Egyptians even started building pyramids, that they technically already existed in our reality because of the fact that our reality can only hold so many things, right? So if
Really?
there's, yeah, I don't.
It can only hold so. It can only hold so many things.
Yeah, like there's only so many things that can exist. Like it's not infinite. So like for our concepts of like numbers, we say everything's infinite, but I don't feel like in the universe there's probably more things that can exist than what you can count, and more possibilities than what you can count on your fingers or in your mind. But
if I may, have you ever
at the
heard-
same
have you
time,
ever
I
heard
feel
of-
like there is a cap to it.
Hold on.
There's only
hold on,
so
let me-
many. I feel like there's only so many I feel like there's only so many possibilities of existence that
I know.
you know,
I want
it
to
does.
say something on that. So I've heard this idea, right? We've all heard the idea of multiple realities. However, I heard this idea, right? Once. I don't know if I heard of it or if I thought of it, but I'm pretty sure I heard about it. And it was that what if the universe, not from what we can see, right? But the universe actually expands beyond what we can see, and that it goes so far that it's actually infinite. And if this be the case, is it possible that there are multiple Earths with you, literally like variations of you and others and different probabilities, and the universe is so vast, so massive that there is that it's infinite use, infinite not use, infinite everything and infinite nothing everywhere all the time. Like that's how big the universe is. Have you ever heard of this concept before?
Yeah, I've heard that idea. I know some people, even on my understanding, some physicists
Sorry, go ahead.
at least consider it a genuine possibility that the universe is infinite and something like that. Now, whether you have these kind of like kind of these repeating patterns. That I think is a distinct question. But I don't know.
Yeah, I
What's your
think that
understanding, Newman?
the infinite loop, I mean, I at that point I don't have any expertise in that area, so like I've heard that like yeah, universe can be considered infinite. I haven't. I mean, that's my out of my expertise. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think the
Okay.
multiple of the same Earth and multiple of the same us really doesn't have any scientific basis, from what I understand. Not as much as like the infinite claim of the universe. But yeah,
Well,
nonetheless, I mean, I think
it
it's
would be
interesting. It's
based
just
on it would be based on the same concept and equation, theoretical, mathematical equations for the infinite reality theory, right? Where like there are infinite
which equations are
universes with
those?
multiple probabilities, right? But
Wait. Which equations are
instead of
those?
being, I'm sorry. Instead of it being multiple realities, it would all be within this reality, and they would be like super. It would just be supermassive. Like it would
Which
be the
equations
universe is massive. I
give
don't
you
know what
that
equations.
like
That's what they say on the the documentaries, the History Channel, all that stuff. They say, oh, there's like multiple realities, and like the physicist is on there saying like, yeah, I did, I looked at some of these probabilities, I looked at these equations, and the concept of a multiple universe theory is a very real one, but it's not
so I
it's
mean the
not
belief that like
factual.
we have a multiverse is like that's very fringe in the field of science. I don't think the scientific consensus agrees with the multiverse. Then I also don't think the scientific consensus agrees with like parallel
That's
either parallel Earths or parallel realities. And then what is it? Three. I mean, although it's pretty interesting to think about. I think nonetheless, it's definitely something that like
What if there
we
are
could probably
also
like try to leverage
parallel?
science into like trying to understand, but it just doesn't. We don't have any evidence for it.
What if there
Yeah, I
was
mean,
both? What if
well, I
both
think
parallel Earths and parallel realities existed at the same time and the universe was far more
it's
complex than we could even
it's
possibly imagine?
it,
Mandelbrotting off of every potential.
That we
it could
couldn't use
be.
science to figure that out. So we probably couldn't use science as a rationale to substantiate the belief in the first
That would
place.
be, well, what if there is a way we could?
Well, I don't. I
We,
don't. I mean, it just depends on how things are set up, is my understanding, right?
yeah.
The only
But
way
like
So,
we
if
can
it's the claim
destroy
that
the
like we
entire
can never like
universe
probably like
is a beam
contact or
of,
observe those realities, but they do exist, we couldn't
you
use
would have to
science
have a
to
machine that
verify
could
that because
preserve
science
your
was
body.
based on like empiricism.
You would
well,
have to have a
based on what we
machine
know
that could
so
preserve
far, so
your
it'd have to
body.
be something like we'd have to figure out some way for something like the Everett interpretation. We'd have to figure out some way of empirically distinguishing the Everett interpretation from like other like quantum, interpretation of quantum mechanics, right? We, if we could find a way to empirically distinguish these different interpretations, that might tell us something. But the question is, can we come up? Is there a way to empirically distinguish? And
There
I
is
think it's just
actually.
it's
There
gonna be
is
it's gonna be an
actually a
open
way,
there's gonna be
yes.
an open question.
There is a
Mm-hmm,
way.
mm-hmm.
So what you do is okay. So if you want to look it up, it's called on YouTube. This guy describes it. He's a very well known YouTuber. He talks about science all the time, and he mentions the time symmetry break, and it's basically watching the decay of a radioactive element, right? And the if you magnetize it so that they're moving either clockwise or counterclockwise, a specific rotation, right? This woman actually did it on her honeymoon instead of like going to the honeymoon, and the husband was okay with it because he was also a physicist, and it was just a question on her mind, and she did it in front of a mirror, and so basically something like the electrons that would or the beta particles that would move off of it, which were electrons or something, I don't know, something like that, would spin off in a specific direction in our universe or in our reality. But in the opposite, right, in the direct opposite, which was in the mirror, um, if you were to perceive that the mirror world was a potential insight for what the opposite universe would look like, right? A universe with everything just flipped right side to left side, right, symmetrically. The particles would not go off in the same direction. they would go off in the completely opposite direction, and you could see it. You could see this example being displayed, and the scientists did not believe it, right? The scientific community didn't believe it, but she published the papers, and it completely broke their understanding of time symmetry. So now there is time charge and parity, something like that, and it's so there's three there are three things that have to be consistent in the universe in order for us to understand how things work. And so far, the current idea is that there is a certain symmetrical concept that may be the governing nature of all things. However, something like the slight inconsistencies, despite the fact that we have the time charge parity law, makes it so that it's potential.
Okay, so I'm very curious about that. So time symmetry, I mean, we've got that figured out now because like it substantiates one of the theories that correlates why we have more like matter than antimatter in the universe, especially if they existed in equal amounts. So like for some reason one was more favored, and then we could use time symmetry to kind of figure that out. The thing is that like I don't see how this relates to the multiverse or like parallel Earths because like we don't have any science to move forward with those things.
That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. The concept in the video, right, was that if there was a multiverse theory, right, or just let's say there was only one parallel universe, right, just directly symmetrically opposite to our own, right, which was right to left instead of left to right, how it is, right, in a sense, that if this were to be the case, that you could test if you were in that universe or in this universe by watching the decay of a certain element and watching the beta particles come off of it, you know what I mean? And like as you magnetize the electrons to spin in either in a counterclockwise or in a clockwise direction, and it will literally move towards the mirror or it will move away from the mirror, depending on if you are in this universe or in a universe that is exactly mirroring our reality. So therefore, since there are infinite possibilities, you would never know if you were in this universe or in another one if the universe was not mirrored, right? But in the case that you were in the other mirrored half of all the infinite possibilities or some of the infinite possibilities, you would know by watching the particle decay. I'm
willing to grant the hypothetical, but like if Winston Churchill had access to all of human history and every access to any science, and he'd cure cancer. I think the hypothetical is fine, but the hypothetical doesn't give us anything that's substantive.
Okay.
Who's Winston Churchill? And we're just gonna glaze over that he said he cured cancer.
Blue Jay.
Hold on. What I said?
What? Yeah. What did you say?
Hold on.
I said that if Winston Churchill had access to all of science and all of human history and like infinite technology, then he could cure cancer. That's the hypothetical. But that hypothetical doesn't tell me anything substantive because I mean it's a hypothetical that's outside of the.
It is substantial.
Whoa. Hold on.
Because it changed time symmetry to time charge parity.
Wait, give me the science that gives us.
Hold on. Hey. Look, Blue Jay. Why don't you tell us what the video is? If you could post that would be great. I want us to go ahead and pick a topic.
Oh yeah.
Give things. Let's make things a little bit more structured here.
Yeah. I came in. I wanted to hear if you guys could tell me what that last guy was saying about Hegel, because I was trying to like write down what he was saying, but then he left.
It's hard to say because he. I mean, I'm not a. I know a little bit about Hegel, but I don't know enough to. I know a little bit about Hegel, but Okay. Spoon didn't run. He probably just got his internet probably just shit the bed or something. But this isn't a debate. Live. We're just talking. So yeah, it's hard to say.
Yeah, so the video is called This Particle Breaks Time Symmetry, and it's by Veritasium. Everyone watches him.
I've watched that video. The one with Veritasium, that doesn't substantiate a multiverse. That one talks about why there might be, it's baryogenesis, I believe. I think it's called baryogenesis.
It says This Particle Breaks Time Symmetry. Just please watch it again.
Yeah, I've seen it.
I don't live around here. Thank you.
All right. Why don't we somebody pick a background?
Oh yeah.
I think that you should really watch the video and then tell me.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it before. This particle breaks time symmetry by Veritasium, the one that has like what 4.6 million views. It was published like 7 years ago.
I don't know. So wait, do you know about like how the electron kind of breaks down?
Blue Jay.
Or I'm sorry, off of the radioactive material,
Guys.
and then she magnetizes it to like spin in a specific direction.
Blue Jay.
So like when you look in the mirror, it could go in a specific direction, and it like.
Blue Jay. We're moving on. Moving on.
Okay. I just thought the guy was saying something about it.
I know, but I said a minute ago we're moving on, and I'm not trying to be rude, or I'm not trying to like limit you.
No, it's okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Let's see. One of the ones on here. I mean, I kind of wanted to. So you had a really interesting. I was trying to write this down. Perspective on like moral realism versus moral realism. What was your perspective on like? You said you're a moral realist, I assume, right, Jordan?
Yeah.
Okay, and then so what? How do you predicate your moral realism? Let me see if I can write this down this time.
When you say predicate, what do you mean exactly?
Like how you justify it, basically.
Right. Well, so one thing we might say is there's a distinction between how I justify my belief in it versus what my kind of theory of moral reality, right? So those are going to be two distinct things, right? So
I got it.
Yeah, so the justification is basically just going to be like, look, I think all value and normativity stand and fall together, right? If ethical or moral normativity or value, it doesn't hold, right? If that fails to be real, there's no reason to think that any other kind of normativity or value is real either, right? So that's going to include things like epistemic or practical, right? So there's that issue, right? So to me, it's a question of, is normativity and value of any kind real, right? And for me, the reason to think so, right, is that if you believe it's kind of a Pascalian kind of wager type situation, right? In the sense that, look, if it is real and you believe it's real, well, then there's at least one good thing, which is that you believe something true, which, most people are going to take to be correct, appropriate, right? Like that it is good, in some sense of the word good, to believe true things. Okay. So you have at least that. I think you get a little bit more than that, but I don't need to go into that right now. If it's true, if you don't believe it, if you do believe it and it's false, it doesn't matter, because literally nothing matters, right? There is no value or disvalue. There is no right, wrong, good, bad in any, objective sense, right? And in that case, there's no issue, right? Because even if you think there are something like subjective values, well, my subjective values are such that I'd rather risk believing something false in a world where things don't objectively matter. That doesn't matter to me if I believe something false in a world where believing false things is, doesn't matter, is neutral, has no value or disvalue, right? So those are kind of the third thing for me is that, like, look, and this is related, is that I think realism is the only view that is going to sufficiently motivate inquiry or investigation, right? And it's the only one that's going to sufficiently motivate humility. right? So the idea is like, look, if morality is real, then I can be wrong, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that gives me good reason to be cautious and to take it seriously and to listen to other people, right? On something like on a lot of anti-realist views, you can only go so far, right? So like on a expressivist view, right? Let's say it's a view where your morality falls out of like these kind of deeply held pro attitudes, right? Like it falls out of like the consistent system of deeply held pro attitudes. The problem is once you get down to the base level, the deeply held pro attitudes, there is nothing outside of those pro attitudes to say whether something is right and wrong, right? There's no questioning the deeply held pro attitudes, right? Now you might change your mind, like your pro attitudes could change, but there's no how do you say? There's nothing outside of them that say they should change, because all shoulds fall out of them, right? There's no shoulds prior to those deeply held pro attitudes. So, and I think that's a limitation. So that's kind of my justification, is that if I'm wrong, there's nothing wrong with being wrong. Like, false belief and true belief aren't any better or worse than each other. So that's kind of my justification. Now, the kind of metaphysics of morality is that I identify the good with dynamic stability. And dynamic stability is is the disposition of reality to form these kind of dynamically stable systems. But the thing is the way that these things, the way that reality manifests and the way that there's always a space between how they do in fact manifest and the something like the optimum way they could manifest, right? So there's pretty much always going to be some space between how things are and how things should be, right? And part of what drives this idea is that this isn't going just to apply to something like morality or ethics, but it's going to apply to like conceptual normativity as well, right? So what the correct concepts to use are going to be the concepts that perform their function the best, the optimum concept. And insofar as you are closer to whatever something like the optimum concept is, and there's going to be some kind of context dependency here, but so, for example, in science, the best concept is the concept that is going to best track this feature of the world, such that it is predictable, such that it explanatorily kind of fits into our overall understanding of the world, so on and so forth.
So in that case, is that kind of like a consequentialist kind of point of view, where it's like you're looking at the outcome and you're deciding that the thing is good or relevant based on like the best outcome we get?
So but here's the twist, right? So it doesn't necessarily entail consequentialism at the level of normative theory. right? At the level of normative ethics, because you might there might be, for example, right? So think of it like this. So think about, I'm sure you've heard, you know what act utilitarianism is? Act utilitarianism is, Newman?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
So one criticism of act utilitarianism, right, is that like you're supposed to like figure out the consequences of your actions all the time. Like every act that you perform, the question you should be asking yourself is, how much pleasure is this going to produce? How much pain is this going to produce? And what is the kind of like the all the effects of this action out in the world, right? On those two things, right? And it seems like it's asking a lot for human beings to do that, right? But it could be the case that like the problem with human beings is that we're just not capable of behaving in that way, right? We're just not capable of making those kinds of calculations, especially on the fly, et cetera, et cetera. And so that actually the best way to be an act utilitarian is not to be an act utilitarian. That maybe you should be something like a Kantian, right? That like, that actually on average, the Kantian produces more happiness than the person who's straightforwardly an act utilitarian, right? But this is going to work on another level too, because it could be the case that you actually need a combination of views such that on one level you're this kind of like act utilitarian, and on this other level you're a Kantian, but then on another meta-ethical level it's because what the meta-ethical question theory is trying to answer is, in virtue of what makes a theory true, right? So my theory doesn't say anything about particular human values, right? Because my theory is not going to apply just to human beings and our interactions with each other, right? Or even interactions across different sapient species, but also about any kind of system in general.
So that's how that distinguishes itself mainly from act utilitarian or just normative ethical standards of like consequentialists, whatever. That's how it distinguishes it, because let me see if I have this right. In act utilitarianism, it requires you to know like the fullest extent of the effects of your consequences, but like in typical human interactions, that's not possible. Not really. And so your system provides a better way to basically approximate what's going to be the best thing without having that problem.
Well, in that my theory is a general theory of the good. And so if something like some certain ethical theory is true, it's going to be true in virtue of these kind of metaphysical properties that it has, right? So like, just because what at the level of metaphysical reality, that like what makes something good is these kind of this feature of being dynamically stable. But what's going to make you dynamically stable, right, is going to depend on a bunch of different things, your particular circumstances, right? There's going to be a lot of local features that are going to affect that.
I don't know if you care, but I got some prosciutto, and I'm eating it with olive oil right now, and it's like salted olive oil, and it's so good.
I do love
I love
prosciutto
seafood.
and olive oil.
It's
Um,
good. It's good.
so
That makes sense.
it's not. It's not. It's a meta ethical theory, right? So I'm trying to describe the um, the metaphysical picture, right, of how ethics is how it relates to the world, right?
You don't have to cook this, do you? Because it doesn't even.
Prosciutto, no, you
It's really
don't.
good.
No. Prosciutto's cured, so
Yeah. What is it? Like they smoke it or something?
there's different ways: smoking, salt. I'm not sure about prosciutto in particular.
This stuff is just wonderful. Like I'm having a.
I'm glad you're enjoying yourself.
Yeah. It has like a texture of raw meat, but it's so sweet and like it's thin, and it's like
Alright.
it almost is too decadent, you know? Like you want to get sick of it because it's so genuinely.
Yep,
It's like
Blue Jay. All right, we're gonna
it's like cheese.
get back on topic now, but I appreciate you sharing your gastronomic experiences with us.
Okay, thank you. It's so good. I'm sorry. What were you saying, by the way?
Norm? Who you who are you referring to? Blue Jay? I know who Precept is.
That's what I was like, wait a minute.
Oh, okay, that's
Oh, the host.
I think Precept kind of has a deeper voice, and he's a little bit Precept's a little bit more nasally too. Precept always sounds like he's elevated to me. I don't know why, but he always sounds like he's because he kind of talks in a monotone voice. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair enough.
This I feel like this would go good with cheese.
Yeah, the prosciutto often is paired with cheese. You know, it's a mainstay of what the fuck are those things called with the boards? The
Charcuterie. Or charcuterie, whichever one is.
charcuterie. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Charcuterie. Anyhow,
I usually
You
eat
said
those
that
large
earlier.
ham steaks. You know what I mean?
Blue Jay. All right,
That's
that's enough, man. That's
making me hungry. But you said earlier in your discussion, I totally missed the phrase. It was you said like some blank wager, like someone's wager.
oh,
Was that Pascal?
Pascalian weight. I said it's kind of a Pascalian wager, and
Pascal.
the structure, right? Obviously, it's different in the sense that, like, if metanormative, or metanormative realism or axiological realism is false, there just is no, at least objectively speaking, no there is no good and bad, right? There's no, outside of something like at best our attitudes, there is no better or worse.
Heard. Okay.
Is that true?
Very cool.
Like, what if there are things that happen in private that don't affect anyone else, and it would still be considered good or bad? Like, like, how do we even dictate, right? Simply because we do not know that, therefore, the human aspiration is not the most important concept in the universe. Perspective wise, the same way that up or down is not really existent in the universe, right? So the same could be said, like how basically from any perspective you could consider any point the center of the universe. The same thing could be said when it comes to the aspiration or the objective truth. Is the objective truth centered around the aspiration of human motivation, or is it just a non invasive and non conscious force, or even if it is conscious, it's not centered on human aspiration? There's no way to truly to really dictate if that's true or not. So how do we go and say that this is like what you said a moment ago? Oftentimes most people take that view, but I don't think that it is. I don't think that that's actually a standard, and it works with the standard of saying that there is no good or evil. Like there's no way to actually objectively know if the human view of the universe is the center or not. Good
Yeah,
or evil.
I get what you're saying, and I understand why you're saying it. But the thing is that I think that you can, and maybe I'll end up being wrong here, but I think that like the nature of intelligent social creatures is such that like there are going to be things that are going to hold across generally. I'm willing to kind of take it in a kind of like dispositional sort of way, that are generally going to hold across different beings, different sapients, such that there are going to be certain things that you're going to see over and over again, right? And that and even across human societies, that like one way you can kind of infer that something is true in a matter of good and evil, if you want to use that language, is that like is there a convergence of views here, right? And I'm not going to treat it like it's a guarantee, but I think it is going to count as evidence. So because I think that like, look, I'm an animal, right? I have certain needs. I feel pain. Specifically, I'm a social animal, and I interact, and I need, I need certain things from other people, and they need things from me, and we have to work together, and and that's just going to place, certain demands on me, and demands on others. And there are ways that we can, there are different systems or different ways of relating to each other that are going to be better or worse for us. Now, if you're talking about some like deeply private experience that is only experienced by that person and has no effect on their behavior, yeah, I can't say anything about that.
No, I wasn't. No, I wasn't even implying that. But okay, let's just say that if we did kind of consider that, would there be good or evil, or would it be right or wrong for you to do certain things, even when you're alone, right, with no one watching, and it doesn't impact anyone else? Neither does it influence
In the future.
your behavior, outside
Yeah.
of your practice, right? And therefore, like let's say you partake in nicotine, right? Let's say you're one of the exceptional few. Let's just throw that in there. And you do light up a cigar from time to time. You enjoy it with whatever it is that you enjoy it with, and it doesn't impact anyone else. But then, right, you consider in a moment, is it morally wrong, despite that we call it being a man, despite that we say it is a right to practice, right? despite its tradition, is it morally right or wrong for me to partake in this? Like in the nature of the unseen universe, in the seen moment of you just by yourself. Is there right or wrong? Or let's say it's alcohol. Let's say, is it wrong to partake in something? Let's say it becomes so obsessive, these things start to become an addiction. Is it morally right or wrong, even if you're not impacting anybody else, only yourself? Let's say you're one of the exceptional few that not only have the ability to discern it, but also you're that 103-year-old veteran, right, who smokes cigars every day, and he's fine. Or you're the woman who's 109 years old, and she drinks Dr. Pepper daily because she loves it. And the doctors who told her not to drink it said that it was, that they're the ones who have passed on. And she believes that sugar is good. So you have those who believe nicotine, alcohol, sugar, they live for quite a while. But that's the exceptional few. Aside from the nature of the ability to discern, or the fact that their health was not even impacted, or whether it was, does either of those things change the nature of the objective truth that there may be a good and evil, or right or wrong, whether you should even be participating in it?
Yeah.
I kind of do think that there is, yeah.
Well, I don't think it's. Look, here's the thing. I don't think there's any kind of like apps. I'm not a. I think that generalities, right? So there's a one of the debates in metaethics, right, is the debate between the generalists and the particularists, right? So the generalists say like ethics or morality is going to be about general principles that you follow, whatever the principles are, and a particularist is going to say, on the other end, is going to say it's about it's going to be about the particulars of the situation. And I kind of take a middle path in saying that, like, you can generalize, but you shouldn't, become too reliant on those generalities, right? You should still try and, to the extent that you can, take on each situation as a unique situation. But there's demands of like time and like the ability to think through situations, and sometimes you got to act fast. And if what you have to do is rely on general principles, I think that's that's going to be acceptable. And so there's not going to be a general rule, in my view, about whether you should or shouldn't smoke. Now, I do think, are you smoking 3 packs a day? Yeah, I'm going to say that's probably going to be wrong, right? I think that's generally, and again, there can be exceptions here without contradiction, because you're taking I think an unnecessary risk, right? Now, that's when you're young. Now, if you're 100 and you start smoking 3 packs a day, I think you've given what you can reasonably ask to be given to the world, right? You're at that point where I think it's reasonable to ask. It's reasonable not to demand of you, right? A strong commitment to staying alive at 100 years old, given the way that human bodies work, right? So, I think that you've got to look at these things in their particularities, right, to say much of anything useful. But from a kind of general point of view, that's kind of my take. And I think there are legit answers to these questions. But we have to kind of look at, particular situations to say, do you even have a chance of getting it something like right?
Wouldn't it be like critical to like understand like what are the mechanisms or like why something might happen? So like in the example with like the cigarettes and then like there are people who like have smoked for like decades but like outlive like everyone. It's crazy. And so it's like, wouldn't it be more imperative for everyone to understand like why that happens rather than like make generalities and like not talk about specifics?
Yeah, so part of the problem is going to be like a lot of times with a lot of things, and up until recently, like 100 years ago, we didn't. I mean, I guess on my understanding, it was like a lot of people didn't even science didn't even realize that how bad smoking was for you, right? And so part of it is going to be, well, what do you have? It's like, what do you have epistemic access to, right? So now, like, understanding and having ability to understand the mechanisms of these things is going to be really important, right? Because we can get at the mechanisms, right? We have the technology to get at the mechanisms. And so, like, yeah, it's going to be important because, like, maybe, and I don't know, I'm not on the up and up of the science of smoking, but let's say the reason some people can smoke 2 packs every day for multiple decades and be fine is that like it's a function. There's like certain genes or something that make it very unlikely to get cancer or something, given these toxins, right? These carcinogens. Then that's going to make things different for that person than someone who, for example, has certain dispositions towards lung cancer and so on and so forth, right? Where if they smoke, if there's a very high probability that they, so if you can understand the mechanisms, what that allows you to do is make finer distinctions in terms of what you should do. So I agree with you that understanding what the hell is going on is going to be really important, assuming that that's something that you can get at, either in terms of like we already have the information or now we have the technology to get the information.
Can I jump in just to ask, are you talking about like applying an ethic to this or just about this subject in general?
We're talking about, so Blue Jay was asking about good and evil. I'm not sure exactly what Blue Jay was trying to get at, other than like, he seemed to be talking about the kind of actions that we do by ourselves, and to the extent that they only affect us, can those things be good or evil? And I'm going to say, well, it's going to depend on a lot of things. It's going to depend on a lot of
So he was
of that person's life, not in a relativistic type of way, but in terms of it's going to be particular to those situations. There's going to be facts about the situation that are going to constrain or determine what is an appropriate course of action.
So was he trying to determine if it's merely a social construct or if there's like a deeper truth to?
I don't think he was taking a kind of a social constructivist type angle at it, but I don't know if that makes any difference in this case. But certainly he's being skeptical about the notions in general.
Well, I was wondering because Simeon said something about like particular versus general, and I was wondering like you know, if we were to apply an ethic to that, which I don't know if we were, but if you were saying something like smoking cigarettes is bad because it gives most people cancer or something like that, then then even if for some people it wasn't true, couldn't we say it's like a generalized ethic or
No,
something?
so for at least in my view, it's going to be because that could be a rule at something like a general principle at one point, because at a certain point you have no way of it's because of your epistemic limitations. So a general principle can fall out of having certain moral demands, but then also having certain epistemic limitations, such that those limitations mean, because you don't know how it's going to affect you, you have responsibility towards like treating risk in a certain way, right? But at a future point where you have more information and you can say, well, like, this person is so unlikely, you know, it's not impossible. It's such a minute chance that smoking will, you know, cause them to get cancer. They don't need to. That level of risk is because something like below some threshold, right? That on balance, it's reasonable for them to take that risk.
Oh, see, I was actually going at it from a different angle, which is that getting cancer is a good heuristic that, like it's like anti-nature or something. It's something you're not supposed to do. So it's not that everyone gets cancer and that for some people it's not morally right, but that through heuristics we can determine what is good and what is bad, or you know what I mean? Like so the generality that applies is true for everybody, not because it gives you cancer, but because it giving people cancer is the heuristic that it says it's not natural or something, you know?
Yeah. So, well, it's more like there is something kind of like that going on here, which is you have something like a responsibility to take care of yourself, because your life, or at least most people's lives, and even people who, well,
I would say your life has value in the same way another person's has value,
right,
or something.
Right. You have kind of a similar relationship to yourself. You have a responsibility to take care of yourself in the same way that you have a responsibility to take care of other people, right? But so there's that, but it's also that, like, you can't you know, you've formed bonds, you've you have your life and its continuance has an influence over other people, and to not take care of yourself is to do your future self wrong, but also to do others wrong.
Well, I'm not looking at it from a, I guess this is, what would you call that? That's like a pragmatic sort of, or a pragmatist sort of view.
I mean, I think that could fit into a lot of different things, right? So, like, I mean, I think you could fit that into like a Kantian ethic, right? In the sense that if I'm to treat not only other people as end always, but I'm also supposed to treat myself as an end. And by not taking care of myself, arguably, I'm using myself like a means only.
Oh, I have a Jordan. I find that interesting because I feel like when you're looking at morality and whatnot, I was talking to a friend that was like really, we were kind of like exchanging philosophical points of view as to like what is morality in a way, right? And I think like what you're describing is like a biologically an evolutionary like need, right? To like it goes back to the need to survive kind of thing. Like it's like you're pretty much like morality in a way is like, you know, like you said, like if I like harm somebody in the group, right? In the more like materialistic and in the more like consequentialistic like aspect of things, if I harm that person, then or say that I killed him, right, in the group, then
Be careful
we
with the
have
K word.
oh sorry about that.
Yeah, you're good.
Excuse me. Yeah, I didn't mean to say that. Well, you know, it would be the we would have one less hunter. Then you're harming the group, right? You're harming us in the sense that we cannot acquire as much food, right? So there is where a lot of like people that are like into the naturalistic philosophies and whatnot start, you know, they say that that's where, you know, the morality and the conversation of morality starts, right? It's like and if you're seeing it from a naturalistic point of view. However, it's like I also see a lot of like that then evolves as you become more of like a, I don't want to say like a higher thinking being, or of course, because I don't know if we're higher, right? Like evolutionarily, like we're just adapting to our environment, but we are a more sophisticated like species when it comes to, you know, rationalizing and using reason and all that stuff. It's like then once we can use reason and we can use logic and we can use all these things, is morality now established as a more advanced type of like a deontological, you know what I mean, like aspect of like, and you know yeah, in a deontological like way of seeing morality, you know what I mean, like do we have a duty to like follow these things rather than like, you know, is it just for pragmatic reasons, right?
Well, yeah. Oh. Well, so here's the thing. It's that like, so I'm sympathetic to kind of the first, you know, point that you made. But I think, although I wouldn't base it in evolution per se, so I think evolution is a manifestation of something more general, right? Biological evolution is a manifestation of something more general, and I think there's always
like an a priori like transcendental need, kind of like a deontological.
I wouldn't call it a priori, but it's in the sense it's something built into the structure of reality itself.
Right. It's the deontological like it's very Kantian, like it's the categorical imperative, like the duty to follow morality, because it is like we have duties to like choose morality over like immoral like, you know what I mean, immoral choices, I guess, right?
So one thing that might be happening is that this kind of broader structure I'm talking about, or pattern of structures, I might say, is that it could be that like using something like Kantian ethics, adopting Kantian ethics is actually the most, you know, dynamically stable formed for human beings, right? The kinds of creatures we are, you know, Kantian ethics kind of best suits us or something. I'm not saying that's the case, but it's a possibility that like, there's a problem with our kind of like or maybe I should say, maybe a problem with our kind of just instinctual ethic, you might say, is maybe it tends to be very short-sighted. It tends to like value short-term satisfaction over long-term cooperation, something like that, where following a Kantian ethic is going to structure your behavior in such a way that it's going to be, more sustainable over the long term. My view is that, like, actually even Kantian ethics is probably too hard for us on average.
What are Kantian ethics as opposed to what?
Yeah, so Kantian ethics, the idea is
So
that, like,
Kantian.
go for it, Delbar.
Yeah. So Kantian, and my signal is a little weird, as you know, Jordan. So yeah, Kantian ethics is like, so Kant believes in the categorical imperative, right?
Yeah.
And he describes it in the Critique of Pure Reason in his book, one of his most important works. He describes it as like in that book he talks a lot about like a priori, like transcendental needs of the human being, right? So these like transcendental a priori needs are like things that we are perceiving that didn't need learning per se, right? So for example, he argues that your perception of time and space is something that you had from when you were born. Like you didn't need to learn it, as empiricists would say. Like the empiricist argument is that we're blank slates of paper. We are learning as we go, and that's all we can. Whatever we know, we learn.
Oh, so there's like built-in ethics.
Exactly. Yeah. Kantian ethics. He kind of argues that these a priori predispositions. Now you got to keep in mind, Kant is a guy from the 1700s, so he was critiquing logic from a point of view where he was saying like, well, empiricists are coming up with really cool, like really cool like things like science and stuff, right? There was a lot of development at the time. He's starting at that point to say, well, yeah, but we do have things that we cannot explain where they're coming from. I think he takes a lot of a metaphysical, point of view from that perspective, where he's like, well, we have these things where we have to postulate God as the reason why we have these a priori transcendental features as human beings, right? Mm-hmm. And he goes on to describe that the categorical imperative, which would be he goes to describe that ethics, right, are based on duties that we follow, right? And these have to be transcendental, like duties. The duty to do the moral thing have to be transcendental because that's what gives us free will, right? Like morality is a an a priori.
No, so free will is going to be a precondition of morality.
No, yeah, like morality is.
You think so?
That's what Kant thinks.
That's what Kant says.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I ask this about Kant before? So, is the idea that there are certain things, or like there are particular like moralities that we know, and others we have to learn, or is it that all the basics are built into us? Does that make sense? Like,
it's not built into us per se. It's built into the structure of rationality itself, right?
Right. Exactly. Yeah. You like, yeah, exactly. And Kant never gets like very like. If you read the book, he's never like telling you like it's because of God that we have these morals, right? Like he postulates God, and postulating, right, means like he's kind of like putting him as a placeholder to say like these things are coming from somewhere and we don't know what it is. And so then he postulates God as the thing that is giving us these things per se. but you know, again, he was born 100 years before like the theory of evolution was even a thing.
Oh,
However, he's like, yeah, he is pretty much saying like that we are acquiring these like you know ethical and you know moral needs and duties out of like you know rationality and you know or ability to do reason. You know what I mean? To use reason.
let me rephrase my question because I think I didn't say it right. Is he saying that we have all the building? Is he saying we have all the building blocks to discover all of morality, or that there's certain things that we need to like presuppose, like certain moral things we have to presuppose?
No,
Or,
so he's going to say something like, let me hold on. Let me. So the idea is that because it's in virtue of the way that rationality is structured, right? It falls out of this kind of internal structure that we all share, right? And the idea is that there's this, you know, the categorical imperative where the first formulation is that, you know, only act by the maxim that you can, and I'm getting it, I'm not going to get it exactly right here, but only act by the maxim that you can will to be universal law, right? And where the idea there is that you've got to, there's the rule of action, only basically follow a rule of action if you can will that such that everybody would act that way.
Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
So only that there's a kind of that things that cannot be, you know, that you cannot do that with, right? So lying is kind of the classic example because, and I'm oversimplifying things here just so we can.
that makes sense to me, though. Like,
Yeah. The idea is that like because lying is kind of parasitic on truth, right? On truth telling. Because in a world where everybody lied anytime it was to their advantage, right? Nobody would believe anybody because everybody already understands that if things are to their advantage, they're going to lie. Right? And again, this is oversimplifying, and I don't think
if you're in a relationship, if anybody's in a relationship, you can see lying as like black and white as much as you want, but you'll see it as a necessity for just having a successful any relationships, not even romantic, right?
Yeah.
Well,
right.
If you count lies of omission, maybe, but you can be totally or near totally honest with your partners. It's fine.
Well, no, I just meant you have to lie to keep up like certain appearances about like what people call white lies.
What do you mean? Can you give me an example?
Well, the classic failed stand-up comedy version is like, do I look fat in this? Now, if the answer is true, then you would want to lie to keep up.
I personally think that's really bad advice to give to somebody who's married. If my brother were asking me, what do I say when my wife wants me to critique their outfit and I don't think it looks good, I'd be like, you should ask them, how honest do you want me to be?
I think you both can agree to disagree. Yeah, I mean, everybody's got their own opinion on how to treat that situation for sure. But well, anyways, Arnold, I'm about to leave. I just wanted to tell you, you were asking about whether or not it would be like he believed like there would be like kind of like a built-in aspect of morality that we have in it. Was that the question that you?
Well, it was whether that all things that are, so like in a metaphysical sense, all things that are truly moral, right? Can they all
Yeah.
be discovered, or are some have
Yeah.
to be
Because
inferred?
Kant, and I'm gonna make it super short too, because I talk a lot. So Kant just describes in his, Kant. I love Kant, and at the same time, is like I'm not subscribed to everything he believes, right? But in his way of seeing it, he understood morals as a prerequisite to free will, right? Why? Because if there is morality, right, like if everything was determined, right, then there would be no freedom to choose like the moral choice, right? By that logic, also, he postulates that reason, right, is like the instance where we, spontaneity comes up, right? Reason is the way where we come up with math, where we come up with like, things that we have to come up with in order to advance in the world and make like innovation and science and and all these things. By that same logic, there is like reason is our kind of like the little flame that sparks free will. You see what I'm saying? Like by his logic, by his like Kantian philosophy. And therefore, yes, you can like the morality doesn't have to be set in stone. Like a lot of it comes from like cultural, like a cultural background, cultural, aspects and pressures, as well as like biological aspects and pressures. And it's always going to be like fluid. One of the ways that we come up with like, what is moral to us is going to be reason, right? Which again, by his standard, reason is the moment where we can like spark that like instance of free will, right? In order to come up with a spontaneity with the freedom, right? That we have as, because otherwise he kind of says like the categorical imperative is very deterministic. He's saying like that there's a determinism that we are all striving towards. However, we do have the free will to choose moral choices, and that free will comes from reason. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I just my only thing is when we bring metaphysics into the question, I always feel like there are certain things that, and I know he's not entirely metaphysical, or he frames it in a different way.
He does.
But I feel like
No. That literally is from his book, The Metaphysics of Morality. So you're not completely wrong.
oh, okay.
The thing is you have to understand that what he means by metaphysics is something different than what people meant by metaphysics before him.
That's 100% truth, Jordan.
Did he have a secular?
Well, it's that he thinks that like the problem with metaphysics prior to him is that people say a bunch of shit that there's no way to know that whether it's the case or not. That our ability, that what metaphysics is really going to amount to is the universals that fall out of the way that our minds are structured. And that well, not just our minds, but the way that all rational minds are structured.
Yeah. And then he criticizes empiricism for being like, yeah, we're a blank slate and you cannot learn anything else other than this. You know what I mean?
But does he see metaphysics as external? Or I mean, sorry, hold on, let me.
Internal? Is it
external of reality?
No. That all you can do is make kind of it's about the conditions of possibility. Like what would have to be true for this to be true? What would have to be true, metaphysically speaking, for this to be true? And that's all you can talk about, is that you have experiences that you can pick out the structure of your own mind, and what would have to be true metaphysically such that could be true.
So there always has to be a physical consequence to the metaphysical reality, or something like that.
Yeah, I would recommend that you read Kant, bro, because he's really cool. He has like really cool philosophical points, and as Jordan said, it's like he's not proposing that like metaphysics should be, because he criticizes metaphysics as being like there's a lot of philosophers during his time that are like basing everything on metaphysics, and they're just like kind of just like saying that things are what they are because God and because spirits and blah blah blah, blah, right? He criticizes them for being too vague and not being able to base anything and ground anything in reality. But then Kant is kind of trying to also criticize empiricism, right? Like David Hume and Locke and all these new empiricists that are basing their whole philosophy on like, you know, the new scientific method that is like, you know, yielding a lot of like scientific advancement and all that stuff. So what Kant is trying to do is criticize. He's trying to criticize them too, because to Hume, for example, it was like nothing is real unless you can like prove it empirically, right? Kant comes in and his criticism of like of reason is kind of like, well, okay, cool, but like, how do I know that? Like, how do I know time and space? Why do I know that? Like, you know, kind of like just asking more nuanced questions and kind of trying to say like, look, empiricism is awesome. It's just like not the answer to it all, right? Like, why are we like this? You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
Kant,
I mean,
Kant is just
I think
questioning
that
both
sounds
sides.
interesting.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
I would
Kant's a
recommend
super
you.
interesting thinker.
Yeah, he is.
Well, because the way I come at I come at it from a way more woo area, but I think that you know the metrics are empiricism. You know what I mean? Like,
No, listen. I'm a science major, right? So definitely, I'm a lot more empiric. You know, I'm a lot more inclined to be an empiricist. But I'm telling you, reading Kant gave me a lot of ways to question. You know, maybe like not question, just like kind of see things in different perspectives. Because, dude, if you read Hegel too, right, who is an idealist completely 100%, you sometimes you're like, oh my god, this dude's a nut, right? He's talking about spirits and the universal spirit and this and that, but he actually ties it so well together, dude. You'd be impressed. It's like, because there is a lot of things in our reality today that, you know, the existence of God, right? Like whether he exists or not, right? You cannot prove it. Therefore, you would say probably like, you know, I don't believe in him, or I do, right? Whatever. But in my perspective, it's like the scientific method cannot prove an existence of God. Therefore, what's the answer? Well, the science, by its own standards, would have to say, I don't know, right? And the I don't know is, I mean, think about it. It's like the coolest answer you can give, because it's like, well, the I don't know then gives all this nuisance, and like where are we, like where do we start to prove God, right? It's like, well, I don't know, you know, and those things, like how do we discuss
Can I,
them is like
can I,
that's what Kant's doing, kind of thing.
can I make a comment about an earlier point I
Yeah,
thought was
yeah, go ahead.
interesting? I was hoping for a space, but the subject changed a bunch of times.
Sure.
The thing about the criticizing empiricism, I find that personally really difficult to do, because the ways that I would go about it, I would verify with empiricism. So like for example, you gave time and space, or where how human beings may come with some kind of predefined notion of time and space. It might just be built into mammals or something. Well, if we find if we find that there are other systems that also accommodate the same predictions, or we find that there's mechanical operations that are happening, if neuroscience finds some correlates that show us outputting this unnecessarily as like a heuristic that's just useful, then that would support that view, and I would believe it. But just as a claim, we don't know, therefore Bigfoot is my cousin or something. It's just very hard to take seriously.
We don't know, so we don't know. I never said like you're making a claim that Bigfoot is your cousin. Is like the answer would be I don't know, right?
But what does it mean to know if you aren't referencing an empirical thing?
In case, can you what were we talking about specifically? Because like Kant's not going to say anything about. So Bigfoot is your cousin, right? Is a straightforwardly empirical claim, right?
Right.
Um,
Do you see what I'm saying? How it's difficult to find out anything without empiricism, and if we
That's
have
literally
some
what
kind
Kant
of
says, bro. That's literally what Kant says. You cannot
it,
like.
I, I'm not
You,
I'm not
I
I'm
would
not
recommend
trying
you.
to
I
I'm
would.
not trying to disprove Kant, sir. That's not my goal here. I'm talking to you about
I
a
know.
personal struggle that I have.
Sure.
If you have an answer from having read the book, just give me the answer. Don't send me off to read a book in the middle of a conversation. I'm trying to say that if there were some kind of pre-built-in rationality in the human mind, it seems like we would be able to identify that with a CT scanner or the like.
okay, so here's the issue, right? Is that what part of what Kant's goal is he's trying to fight Hume, right? He's trying to defend something like science from Hume, like Humean skepticism, right? So he's trying to defend the notion of causality by saying, right, that causality is part of this rational structure, right? And so the issue is going to be that, like, you know, saying something like, well, we should be able to find this structure in our brains, whatever. The issue is going to be, well, what is it about rational minds in general that makes science even possible, so that we have these ideas of, like, okay, the very notion of structure, the very notion of cause and effect, right? Such that you could do something like study a brain, right? What are the preconditions of the mind such that you can, right?
That's so strange to me. In the modern age, that's not a question. We just know there were evolutionary pressures and that this is what was necessary to exist in every biological function. But Kant doesn't have that. Obviously, he's not walking around talking about Darwinism.
Right. Yeah, he doesn't have that.
Yeah, he was 100 years before, and that's one of my biggest criticisms. To your point, in case yeah.
Okay, but here's the
Sorry,
thing.
to your point,
Is you're just assuming the legitimacy of science, right?
Right.
So, like, the problem is that, like, things like getting a theory of evolution right depends on
your senses,
the uniformity of nature,
right,
our ability to make these kind of connections, that, like, the tools that make science possible, right? Those are the things that Kant is trying to defend.
Yeah. And sorry, to your point, in case, I literally, one of my biggest criticisms of Kant is exactly what you're saying. He was very, as much as his critique of reason and critique of logic and all those critiques that he did, really cool books. I recommend you read them. I'm not trying to make you go and read them right now. But I would say, like, my criticism of Kant is that he was not very well aware during the time that about evolutionary theory, right? And now we know that a lot of these things come from an evolutionary perspective, right? Like pressures by environment to adapt and evolve and all these things. Which, from the beginning, I told you I'm kind of just describing to you what Kant's ideology was, not what my ideology is. But yes, I think he has a valid point in thinking about, like, well, what's how do we come to these conclusions? As Jordan was phrasing it really well and saying Kant's whole purpose was kind of like grab the two systems and try to understand where things come from, right? Like whether it is like the empiricist system, right? Which is like, if the empiricist system was like, I cannot prove anything that is not empirical evidence, right? Which is it's cool as shit. That's where we come. That's where science comes from, right? But it also says like, well, yeah, cool, but you're not taking into consideration that we might be flawed beings, right? We might be beings that we're flawed beings that like can put subjectivism
Um,
into
can I
our
can I
observations and
respond
all that
to
stuff.
one of these? Can I respond to one of these?
Sure.
First, I want to address Jordan's circularity argument. I think it's important, and it wasn't covered in this. That if I use evolutionary reasoning or if I use the empirical reasoning to justify my position, I am using I'm using my conclusion to justify as my premise. Right? They're almost identical. I think that's a strong criticism. I couldn't prove with absolute certainty that we aren't reasoning in some other way that we can't measure or whatever, but we should be able to find places where our reasoning differs from reality if it does, right? I think that's not an empirical claim. That can be empirically verified, but that's a rational claim. It's almost an identity claim. It's almost tautological.
Right. So the now I'm not a Kantian, and I'm just trying to kind of give him the best glean on it that I can.
Kant. I don't want to say I don't
Yeah.
here. I admire Kant. I think about his ideas, specifically this idea that we can come to find how the difference between how we see and what the world really is by figuring out how it is that we come to see, like how we work, and that should inform us in some way about the process in reality.
And in case, I will give
But
you
I don't
one
think
more.
that's a solution. Like in a 100%. I don't think that gets us out, but it's a good idea.
And in case, I think your argument is great. I'm not disagreeing with you in many ways at all. And I was just giving you Kantian philosophy, right? I'm also very much a material, I'm also very much aligned with the empiricist ways. Like I said, I work in science, right? So it's like, it would be stupid not to, right? But yeah, I'm just, I definitely like the recommendation about looking at these philosophers. It does give you a perspective of things that you might have not thought of. And it doesn't mean you need to agree with them, right? But it's like, Kant was a great thinker for a reason, right? Again, he comes way before the development of the evolutionary theory. So there you go. But there is another guy that literally took Kantian philosophy, Charles Sanders Peirce, and I would recommend him.
It's Peirce.
Peirce? Oh, Charles Sanders Peirce.
Yeah. If you think
really
Kant's
cool.
kind of cool, but he's not sciencey enough for you, Peirce is your guy.
I agree because he kind of takes Kantian a priori, all the like all the metaphysical stuff and all the a priori predispositions and all that stuff, and he turns them into like, well, actually, it's all a part of the biological way in which we look at something, deduce it, right? Like induction, deduction, and abduction, right? It's like a process of like logic, reasoning, and through that we come up with like reasoning, even as old as a toddler or even younger, right? Like we're coming up with like, oh well, that object is getting out of my, my view, so it's got to disappear forever. Oh, never mind, it's right there, right? Object permanence, and we're coming up with that. We're coming up to that conclusion through observation and deduction. It's really cool. He's a really cool philosopher.
I agree with that point.
Yeah. No, I would recommend Peirce. It would be your guy for sure. And Kant is precursor. You know what I mean? It's like you got to read the philosophers. They're cool.
In case definitely isn't opposed to that. So,
yeah.
Based on everything I know about in case.
All right, guys. I just wanted to yap for a little bit. I talk a lot. Jordan, thank you so much for having me, man. Always a pleasure.
Yep. Have a good one.
I'm not saying that I have a good response or that's a perfect rebuttal. It is hard to get out of the circularity of empiricism or rationalism if you take either position.
Well, but see, I mean, what Kant was at least trying to do, right? And, we owe the kind of empiricist rationalist story kind of to Kant, right? These figures, that we kind of call rationalists or empiricists it wasn't as clean cut as kind of Kant makes it out to be. But what Kant's trying to do, one, is kind of synthesize. Kant's trying to, on one hand, say, all right, what is the role of reason and what is the role of experience and how do these two things interact? And, he has this quote, and I can't ever remember it, in its exact phrasing. But basically the idea is that, like, experience without this kind of rational structures is just meaningless mess, right? And without experience, this kind of rational structure without experience is empty, right? So the idea is that, like, you've got to have both.
I think I'd agree with that claim. Hume, in his opening of the book we're reading, Hume says that rationalists have moral rationalists, he specifically, have a tendency to go off the rails by one faulty assumption, and moral norm people, or I don't want to say normatives, that's not the right word. People who are traditionalists, I guess you could say, don't have that risk. But they also have the risk of being stuck in bad errors that are just old.
Right.
And I like the second point. It's not there in that, but I like the second point that reason would be empty. What would we be referring to when we say the two things are equal or whatever? My experience of teaching numbers to kids is that you have to show them. You have to show them over and over what it means for something to be 2, what it means for something to be 3.
Right. Before they can start abstracting from the particular objects.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So, so basically, it's not, Kant is, because he thought Newton was the best thing that's ever happened, right? He was all about Newton, and he wanted a way. Part of his motivation is to do for philosophy what Newton had done, and do for metaphysics what Newton had done for physics. And at the same time, give the kind of metaphysical or like the rational grounds of science. So he was very, very pro science, and
I feel like Bayes did a good job with that. Like it shows in the modern day there Bayesians, or like quantum Bayesians, who deny the reality of wave function collapse and such. It seems like it's a stronger rebuttal to Hume than Kant's, and that it has not only is it formulaic and mathematical the way that physics is, but it has a predictive power. It allows us to anticipate what another animal would think would happen.
Yeah.
Are those people called, you said they're quantum Bayesians?
Yes, it's annoying. It's an annoying. They call themselves they call it cubism, but it's short for quantum Bayesianism. But yeah, they're going to do a better job of explaining it than me. I would argue that it's solipsistic.
I have a question about, the whole idea of empiricism versus rationalism, right?
Yeah.
Which is, aren't, like, in my in my experience, aren't both of these like very sort of sciency and secular in nature? Like maybe it's the time period or something.
Well, no. So no, and I'll tell you why. So again, you got to remember, you can't take these titles, these labels too seriously. But so on both sides, so typically the three classic empiricists are Locke, Berkeley, and Hume. And then on the rationalist side, you have Descartes, Spinoza, and Leibniz. So Descartes, rationalist, argues for God. Spinoza, is a weird case. He has a thing that is called God. It's it's pretty different than like.
I would argue the assassination attempt by the church affects the name that he gives it.
Yeah, you have to take that into consideration. He has this thing called God, and it is godly in some ways, but maybe not the God that a lot of Christians are familiar with. Leibniz is pretty straightforwardly a Christian, but he has a weird.
Is this a empiricist?
No, that's a
rationalist.
A rationalist. He's usually categorized as a rationalist. It's just good to remember. It's a useful category. Don't make much more of that. On the other side, Locke straightforwardly believed in God. Berkeley thought all of reality was God perceiving things. So the kind of his, metaphysical foundation is God. Hume probably was an atheist, but people argue about it. We don't know for sure, but probably he was an atheist.
Well, what I was saying in the comments is that I was saying that rationalism and empiricism are often used almost interchangeably to mean that sort of anti metaphysical or something like that, anti like experiential. Even thinking is thought of as science-y, right, as opposed to
like anti-supernatural or
whatever.
Can I say that I used to think empiricism was the way, and then later on in life I ran into this historical example. There's a scientist that I really liked for a subcategory of science that's not very popular, statistical mechanics. Okay. And the guy had come up with the idea of atoms as the explanation for not just heat, but entropy in general. And he ended up the logical positivists, I think it was what they called themselves at the time, pushed him out of the community, the scientific community, and he ended up unaliving himself. And later on we find out those are the right. So, and statistical mechanics is like who
was this?
This Carnot?
Boltzmann.
Boltzmann is okay. Keep going.
I didn't know that he was. I thought he was significantly before the logical positivist, but.
So I mean, like I said, I'm not sure if that's what they were calling themselves at the time, but it's the same movement. The argument is there is no empirical evidence for this, even if it is a good theory and it fits the data. There's no empirical evidence to support it. And of course, if we had investigated, we would have extrapolated to a falsifiable claim or whatever. But they in the modern day, you might see people say we shouldn't investigate quantum mechanics or we shouldn't investigate string theory because it's not falsifiable. But we don't know yet if it would be falsifiable. And after seeing how much that's held us up in the past, I get really annoyed at people in the modern day. Like in the modern day, we call it instrumentalism. And I'm like, no, we have to take our theories seriously and extrapolate from them. The argument, we should criticize them on the basis of incoherence, not on the basis of unfair viability. We have the time to think. It's a privilege. We should get to do it.
So on that point about statistical mechanics, I'm very curious. So like on that case where it's like we do have let's say like for example that Boltzmann had the data fit, which I'm pretty sure he did, and you can confirm that with I don't know reality. Let's say that's the case. Do you think that'd be like how does that get reconciled with your perception of like because I'm not an empiricist either, but I'm curious about like how you can draw from the logic that because it wasn't like super accepted at the time because there wasn't enough data points to confer upon it. Like what's your perception on that?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Are you saying because at the time it conformed to because like if I take for example in the modern setting the quantum mechanics argument, Sabine Hossenfelder very publicly says that we shouldn't debate this. We shouldn't debate this at all. And if we do debate this, we shouldn't talk about anything that isn't falsifiable. And if it doesn't meet that metric, it isn't. Or if it can't be measured with an instrument, it isn't worth talking about. How would we know in advance what's worth talking about? How would we know which ones are going to come out to be true? And it isn't. I'm not saying that we should commit to them on the idea that they commit to the idea that they are true or that they must reflect reality, but to investigate them, like to not silence the people who do it, to not ostracize them for the attempt. If you're going to criticize them for being incoherent, criticize them for contradicting themselves, criticize them for not keeping up with the real science in the world, but not for extrapolating from an alternative model.
Yeah, okay, so basically I think I might understand now. So basically you're saying that like you're antagonistic to the idea of like quietism from Sabine Hossenfelder, but when in reality what we should do is, even though let's say like something like string theory, which isn't science, but like we should still critically evaluate it and still talk about it and try to find some sort of empirical evidence for it, not just empiricism, but
let people do so, right?
Yeah, let people do so. Yeah, like not be quiet about it.
Without criticizing them for speaking at all. That's so crazy to me that people, you're not supposed to be allowed to speak about what the reality is of the situation, like what the possible explanations could be. That's crazy. I don't understand why that would benefit us.
Right. As per says,
she's kind of breaking out of that now, thankfully.
Do not block the way of inquiry.
Yes. Preach.
Can I go off tangent? I've seen Crystal in here for a while, and I know she's a regular to Jordan's lives. I was just wondering if Crystal would step up and talk.
Is that the challenge, Crystal?
Yeah. I mean, what I can
Sure.
say.
Give me. What do you want to know? What do you want to hear?
No,
from me?
nothing. I wasn't sure if you never found a way to jump in or what.
I got babies calling at me, so it's both got to be that I find a time to jump in and that like
Have
that
full
moment
control.
isn't taken by And sometimes the moment coincides with diaper changes, and it's just like, well, there it goes. I don't know. I've been sitting here thinking about the trickster apologetic stuff in line with this, because I think that would be one of those cases, like that idea that I'm playing with would be not something. I don't know how you would like try and prove that. Although I guess that's kind of what apologetics is. So I'm just playing with that in the back of my head while I'm listening. I don't know if that makes sense to everybody.
Apologetics of what?
Yeah, I kind of get what you're saying.
So I did like a goal thing for the year, like a goal bingo, and one of my things was to do a philosophy paper. And I've decided that I'm gonna do it on trickster apologetics. So arguing for the trickster archetype as both a fitting answer to certain sort of like theological questions and stuff, and also a desirable one to see more of and to identify and like see the patterns of.
Is the trickster the same as the fool, or is it different?
The fool is kind of like a subcategory of a trickster.
Okay.
So you get kind of, there's a lot of different representations of it, but there's sort of like core mechanics, which is usually, I had it written down somewhere, but like some of it, one of the ones that I was talking about most recently was the idea of a trickster as like a shapeshifter, and able to put on disguises and things like that. And if we look at like evolution, there's sort of a concurrent idea there with convergent evolution, because that is where things begin to start to look like each other for survival reasons, right? From outside pressures, even though they are not related. And oftentimes, like sometimes that's the point, is to be mistaken for something else. So that's one of the ones that kind of came up more recently, and that's a kind of overall trickster archetype, is this idea of disguise and beguiling and stuff.
What about the
then,
inversion
And
aspect?
it would be specifically mimicry, right?
Yeah.
What about the inversion aspect of you know what I'm talking about? What I mean is like there's this idea that, you know, like the devil is like a trickster because he inverts good and evil, right? But then there's also the idea that Jesus is the trickster or the fool or whatever, because he inverts hierarchies in a similar way, you know.
Yeah, I definitely do see Jesus as like a trickster figure in that. And similar to, if you think of the fool, there's a couple distinctions in the fool archetype that I would pull out. So you have like the tarot card fool, but then you have like the fool in a Mardi Gras kind of a sense, right? Where it is that sort of inversion that you're talking about.
Right.
Of that inversion of hierarchy, and of things like that. And I think you could say that like even the devil in some ways has that inversion of hierarchy involved in it. Angels falling and whatnot. Christianity is not my specialty, so I get my mythology wrong sometimes. But
No. That's I mean, I'm a Christian, and that's dead on.
yeah. But one of the things that this idea of the trickster does is it lets us look at these patterns and sort of divorce it from that good bad duality that we tend to have through that more Christian lens, and we can say, hey,
I think
here
you
are
mean
ways
like
that
oppositionality, right? More like they're not oppositional.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's non-dualistic, right? It's showing the non-dualism or something.
yeah, exactly. There's
I hear
you
Mickey
can
Mouse Club.
see these like similarities and things of that sort in the patterns and in the structures and in the way that they disrupt and then form new growth, I think is one of the, for me, important things, especially if we look at like the society around us and stuff like that, right? one of the things that a trickster does is they come in and yeah, they invert things, they overturn things, but from that inversion, you get out of stagnancies. You get out of that sort of like entropy that comes with too much stability and too much power concentration.
I think. Are you still writing this?
Yeah, I'm very early on
I
this.
think it do you good to look into like the devil versus Jesus type into the Christian mythology, right? About that, because the idea of like a negative trickster versus a positive trickster, then there is the idea of like a proper inversion versus a inverted inversion, you know. So that's where it gets like very meta, I think.
It's like I think
mean,
that's like
in
about
the
power, right? If you're
Renaissance,
subverting power. Oh,
like
sorry.
Jesus was often associated with the god Dionysius.
Yeah, so the idea of Jesus being being a good fool or a good trickster is the idea that he was like God born in a manger, right? Like so people were expecting a king, like a royal bloodline, and he was born in complete poverty, right? And that's as opposed to like a devil or the devil, which wanted to invert to like gain more power, you know. So I guess it makes sense that
Well, it's like this. Dionysius was also associated with wisdom, right? Kind of like Athena was, but a wisdom which is crazy, right? It's not a worldly wisdom. It's a strange kind of wisdom. It's not something that one ordinarily encounters, right? That's why, Dionysius is always seen as the guy who's drunk, right? But not drunk in the sense of in a negative type, where he's alcoholic, but in the sense that what he says and what he thinks is strange, and he's always been associated as an outsider too, right? Like he's strange to the ways of the world, and he's always been associated.
I understand the Dionysian thing. I just think that because, obviously, like, Christianity is the number one religion that is more topical in that sense. And I feel like Dionysius, like, although he's a good predecessor, that a lot of it is... I don't know. Like, we don't have a ton of information, right? Or a ton of knowledge of how he was thought of. Dionysus, I mean. We know he had a cult, right? We know he had a.
No, thing is, Dionysius doesn't like the Greek gods in general don't have a canon. In general, there's no like canonical understanding in the sense that there's some orthodoxy that declares this is what the gods are or not. It was never understood in that sense.
Can I share one?
Yeah.
I just thought of it. I'm a big fan of the trickster god Aladamara from the Pathfinder campaign setting. It's like you think it's 3.5? No, because they have to walk through the thing that's in Pathfinder. There's a temple, and if you walk through the temple and survive, and it's ridiculously hard to do, and almost nobody's ever done it, you become a deity. But we know that because some people have done it. Yeah. Well, the guy gets very, very inebriated, and he wakes up a deity, and he can't explain why he made it through the trials or whatever. He doesn't know what happened, but he's a deity, and he was once a mortal, and he was just like, like a guy who hung out at taverns, and now he's the trickster god of the campaign setting, and I really like that one.
Great one. I like that.
Wait, are you focused on what is your thing, Crystal? Your whole the thesis or whatever.
So I think for me a part of it is like this stems from sort of like a long-term thing that I've had, because I used to have rants where I would talk about how like Bugs Bunny was one of the last like Western tricksters that everybody was associated with, and I think that like I can agree with the idea of Jesus and the devil both as variations of tricksters, but I actually think that this idea of a good or a bad trickster actually misses the point of a trickster, right? Because when you look at most of the tricksters, they are both. They are the people that upturn things and make it so that impossible stuff happens that is great and good, and they are the doofus that goes and eats the poisonous plant, and the one that creates catastrophe by doing things all in one, right? There was something, I don't remember what we were talking about exactly. I don't remember if it was one of the conversations on the Dow or something else, but we were talking about the idea that there is a lesson where the failure is a part of the lesson. And if you wouldn't have had that falling, if you wouldn't have had to go through the hard thing, you actually wouldn't be prepared for something later on. And there's an aspect of that in the trickster as well. And I think that as we go through tough times, I think that as we look at the world, a sort of perspective that can see these trickster aspects in it, rather than identifying good and bad and moralizing it when you're dealing with really large forces. I think there's a real benefit to that we've sort of lost some over the years.
My only thing is, I think when you go into gray morality, right? The idea of grayness, is a dualistic notion, right? That you are in the middle of two. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm asking, how is gray morality dualistic? That seems that's like a gray. By its very notion of gray, right, is that it's on a continuum, more or less black or white.
Yes. Yeah. So.
But that's. But dualism would imply a kind of gap where something is either good or it's bad, where gray seems to imply an in-betweenness.
No. Dualism, what I mean by maybe I just have a different definition of dualism. Than you. So what I mean by dualism is like I guess the theistic sense, like capital D dualism, which is...
Go on, yeah, go ahead.
So the idea that there are opposite substances, there's like good substance and bad substance, right? And so it is indeed a spectrum in which you can be more good or more bad. Non-dualism is the idea that there is good and then bad is all that which is absent of good. Right. So I always think of the best picture I can come up with is non-dualism is there's an idea of what true north is, right? And so you can point to true north, and then if you ask somebody to point there, they could point ever so slightly diagonally, and so they're closer to true north, right? But the question is, are they pointing to true north? No, because it you know, if they're wrong, if they're an offshoot, right, it infinitely goes out forever, right, and doesn't hit the North Star, right? Does that make sense?
I mean, that assumes no course correction is possible.
Well, the idea that there's only one good and everything that's bad can be closer to good, but even the slightest bad is still bad by definition.
Well, it doesn't. I don't think you necessarily have to construct it that way. So, for example, I mean, the way that you're putting it would mean, and I don't think all theologies are committed to this, is that God is good and everything else is bad, right? Because God is the
Yeah, maybe I was a bit too heavy-handed with my defining bad.
So you could understand gray, right? But a different way of understanding gray would to understand it as,
but to me, gray would also imply trying to be good. If there were a, so I'm a Christian, right? And and I'm a Catholic. So we say evil is the privation of good.
Right.
So, you know, there is the idea, I guess, of gray in that it wants to be good, but it's not quite there yet. Right?
I don't know. I think it's possible to go in the opposite direction. I think it's possible. Like, a lot of times I find myself in moral arguments with other people, and they're like, but what if I just want to destroy things? What if I just want to unmake myself? What if I just don't want to feel good in the future? I don't like it. I don't want to participate in this. Well, that seems like a backward. Like, you don't have forward motion at all toward the good in this light. You know what I mean? And in that way, whether we're moving toward what I would consider a more comfortable way of being, a happier state, a place that doesn't suck, or whether we're moving backward toward ignorance and all of the suffering that it entails. It seems like there's a gradient, like the directions that we can be moving sideways and making no ground. You know, it seems like there's a lot of directions.
I believe that, but what I don't understand the contradiction in what you said.
Was that not you said you characterized it as we're moving, they're still trying to be good. I tried to give an example where someone's actively trying to be bad.
No. So what I was saying is, like, a gray would in a non-dualistic framework, a gray morality would necessitate somebody who's not quite in. So we're saying black is good, or black is evil, white is good, gray is in the middle, right? And so in a non-dualistic framework where darkness is the absence of light and not its own substance, then one would have to be oriented towards the good, but without sufficient.
So there's not a place where it's dark in your picture? Like, dark is the absence of good, but it's not a place somewhere? I don't understand how that works. I don't.
Can you elaborate? I'm sorry.
Well, let's say if you just tell me that everything's good, right, and dark is only the absence of good, I'm going to ask: are there more places? Are there regions where it's more good, or regions where it's brighter, and regions where it's not brighter? Because if there's gradients of brightness, that's gray. We're back to gray.
Yeah, but that's what Arnold. That's what you're saying, is that gray would be like, there's good, but it's incomplete. It's less than maximum intensity or something.
Yeah, I guess by that logic, right? Then gray. So to answer you in case, then yes, gray is on the road to light, right? But it is not there, right?
Well,
And
I mean,
and you
just
said, are there more? I would say a majority of places are gray, or if not all places are gray, or something like that.
well, think of it just like this: black is just what happens when light is hitting something and it's being absorbed, right? And white is when all the wavelengths are being reflected broadly, right? Gray being something like it's reflecting some, but not, not as much as white, right?
So I think for
If we
me,
did this,
one of the important aspects is that the inversion of a trickster isn't necessarily about good and bad, it's about an inversion of power. And if we kind of make like add another axis to this idea of good and bad, and we add in an axis of power, and it's such a sad thing that Peak isn't here for this conversation.
Yeah.
But if we add in this axis of power, something really, really evil, and you have no power, the effect that has, right? That can be like, that's annoyance. That's, wow, that person won't shut up. A little evil with a lot of power can have a much greater effect, right? So we end up with this sort of thing. And then you've got, great power and even just kind of like mediocre evil, great evil, like that's sort of where that gets heaviest. And then you need an inversion of power, because you're not necessarily going to be changing this morality sort of a thing, but if you invert the power, you can change the output as far as like good and evil.
Yeah, I would say, Crystal, what I would say about, I don't really know how to quantify the devil, but the idea of quantifying Jesus, it was the inversion of power, right? Because he was anti-pharisaical, right? Anti-Pharisee, which were the like religious authorities, right? And he was anti-regal, so he was like a king born in a manger, right? And meaning in a barn, right? And so and there's the whole idea of the meek will inherit the earth, right? So I think Jesus is maybe a very good example of the power inversion of the trickster, but the idea of the devil as the trickster does have to do with the inversion of like, it's just almost like inversion for the sake of it, right? Or because the idea of the devil is like rebellion for the sake of it, right? As opposed to intentional rebellion.
I guess. Go ahead, in case.
I feel your need to resist moralization or the tendency to moralize, especially against these great powers, because we see people in my life. I see people rail against them as like how they're very, for me, they seem unproductive statements. Like, how could they? I don't understand how somebody could be like this. I don't get why anybody would make that kind of decision. And to me,
monsters.
Right, those seem like those are cries of powerlessness, and they almost outline the way in which that person's powerless. I don't understand why. I don't understand how. And but when we fixate on the morality of the person, we miss the what we're crying out for. You know what I mean? How did this come to be? Well, anyway, I feel that same pressure, and I want to take the trickster mindset more often and not just be mad. I appreciate that.
Can you keep going on that tangent? I mean, I like what you're saying. I don't know.
Um, I thought it was relevant. I thought it was relevant. That was what the original point was about. That brought up gray morality was that Crystal said the trickster mindset is an alternative to moralization, to automatic to moralizing these issues. Is that right? Isn't that what you said?
Yeah,
I think you put it
No,
wonderfully.
you're making sense in case.
Well,
I don't
I
think Arnold
don't.
was being facetious.
No, I wasn't. I was being I was being literal.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I am
Encore.
insecure
I'm
about
sorry.
I could kind of
No.
see why you interpreted it
It
that way.
wasn't an
There was something
encore.
about the inflection of your voice, Arnold. That
Oh, sorry.
kind
It
of
wasn't.
came off that way.
So it wasn't an encore. It was like, I'm kind of getting it. I would like to get it more. Can you please keep talking so I can get it?
Yeah. Well, I think it seems pretty obvious that there is a tendency for people to preference the views that they come from, regardless of whether they're not speaking to whether or not they're true, just that there is that tendency. And because of that, if our priorities, our desires, or our needs begin to differ in any way, it's hard to bridge across the gap, but it's also hard to empathize with the other person, to predict what they're going to do, to predict what they're going to want, to understand what they think to be true. That I think that's why we feel that despair. Why are they doing this, or how could they do this? I think ultimately the cause is that our needs as people have diverged. The needs of these two groups have diverged, and we can no longer empathize reflexively, and we have to do it cognitively. We have to figure out what it looks like from the other person's point of view, like we would a fictional character, like we would a person that you're telling me a story about that I'm trying to help you. Like that point of view is very difficult to get to when you just hear the bad things. When you hear the bad things, which you just feel mad, you like you would if somebody in front of you was doing it and it had to stop right now. You just feel mad. But that's not going to get us to this point of view. We should recognize our surprise. We should recognize in our surprise a lack of understanding.
Can I? Why'd you stop? In case.
I wanted to give. I've been practicing stopping. I've been practicing.
No. Well, you said in our surprise, and then I heard a ellipsis, and then you stopped. But so I guess I want to ask. So you said you want to identify as the trickster more, right? So how would that help you in that situation? Is it the idea of seeing it from the other person's point of view, like your enemy's point of view or something? Or
well, the trickster doesn't, the thing that I don't like is in myself is the outrage, not because I don't want it to be there. Obviously I don't want to stifle the feelings that motivate me, but I feel it impairing my ability to reason. I feel it impairing my the extent to which I would even want to participate in that task. And the trickster doesn't have that problem. He just sees his understanding of the other person not as infuriating, but immediately as a tool, as a power.
But
I got you.
See, I don't. Maybe I'm wrong, and maybe because I guess I don't know if Crystal would consider herself an expert on this, but my understanding of the trickster in this, what do we call it? Archetypal. So it's that he's like a flip flopper or something, like a. Well, and I brought up the inversion, but I guess there's more aspects to the trickster, right? Am I wrong about that?
No, you're not wrong about it. I looked at something on Wikipedia a while back just as like a starting place, and there was somebody that had like 4 or 5 things that defined a trickster. So the inversion of hierarchy was one. One of them was a duality of like the profane and the not spiritual, but the holy, like the holy and the profane.
Sacred
Yeah,
and profane.
the sacred and the profane, and then uh, the shapeshifter ability as well was another one, and I don't remember the last one, but those were what they outlined. I think it was probably a pretty good
Oh,
starting
do you know
space.
Brer Rabbit, Crystal?
Yeah, Brer Rabbit is a trickster. I'm not as familiar with it as I probably should be, as far as like the actual stories.
I think that's a good one, and also I think the fox is kind of, there's a fox in the story. I don't know, and I think that's kind of a trickster. It's weird because it's like trickster versus trickster, I think, or something. Do you know what I'm talking about?
All right, just I.
Oh, sorry.
Oh my goodness! Stop! Okay.
So,
little hands getting in everything. Hang on, I'll be back in a second.
It's so. I mean,
Because like I heard you guys talking about like the flip flop type of characteristic, and then like I also heard like the sort of the rage bait of the trickster. And I'm very curious because is another archetypal sort of property of the trickster just like opportunistic, or in this case just like excessively opportunistic, and that's sort of the fatal flaw. Um, I don't know. I'm very curious to see once Crystal gets back what her perspective is on that, or what you guys think about that.
well, from what I've seen about the trickster, he is typically a deity, right? Or like above the rules of physics, even, right? So Crystal was initially talking about Bugs Bunny, right? Or mentioned Bugs Bunny as like the last American trickster or something like that, right? And so the idea is that like a trickster, did you see The Mask?
That's exactly what I thought of. Yeah,
Yeah, so there's
Toon
this.
Force.
Yeah, so there's this idea that it's like, we turn it into a very goofy sort of notion, but you can imagine that it's like almost the. I think people get it wrong because when we talk about chaos, it goes a little bit too far. He's a bit of like a god of chaos, but within the structures of order. I think that's how I understand the trickster. Like bringing chaos to order, and then order comes back, because obviously pure chaos is unsustainable, or there wouldn't be that sort of thing.
Well, so I mean, even before the last part, because I think even like in process systems now, we have like chaotic systems that can just exist. But like for the trickster, you said being what was it? I don't have I typically write notes down so I don't forget this, but you mentioned that the trickster is an individual who embodies chaos, sure, but then still operates within the bounds of an ordered system. But last time in my notes, when I was talking to Crystal about this concept, we mentioned that the trickster typically up is like a source of upheaval for the order or the established order. Um, and I think I put like a Marxist spin on it to be like the trickster operates outside of the hegemony, whether that's an ideal or whether that's actual structure itself. So I'm curious, like, to see how
You're cutting off.
oh, did I this darn Wi-Fi? Hold on. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Did you hear what I said about like the operating outside of the bounds stuff with the trickster, and how like if I put a Marxist view on it, like the trickster in the way we characterize it is an individual who
Yeah, you
tries
said
to move outside of
hegemony
like
and
the
then it,
hegemony, yeah.
but
And so
then what
how do
happened?
you reconcile that with your perspective? Oh yeah, because like as you said that the trickster is chaotic but still operates within like some ordered bounds. But then wouldn't that be in contradiction to the idea of like a trickster trying to upheave the established order? Kind of like Loki, what
Oh,
he did in like
oh.
Norse mythology.
What I mean by, I'm sorry. So in my mind, maybe I'm wrong by thinking this, but in my mind, chaos is like pure evil anarchy, like people like eating each other.
Well, but even that though, because like
So
I
I'm
keep
saying
hedging
within
in
an
the Marxist
ordered,
thing, but like
I'm
even
saying
something like
within an ordered
morality.
system because it's like within a because when tricksters show up, it's like within a like Norse mythology. It's within the Norse culture or something like a Loki, right? You know, obviously Loki exists within the Norse culture, and wouldn't he turns upside down Norse culture, but he doesn't bring in like a outside force to destroy the Norse people and they no longer exist. I don't. Does that make sense? Or
So like let's say for example, like let's take the demiurge from Gnosticism, who does take an outside force in order to like destroy everything pretty much. Do you still consider something like the demiurge like a trickster,
I
adjacent
wouldn't.
thing,
No,
or
no, no. I wouldn't. I wouldn't consider the demiurge a trickster at all.
okay, so tricksters like by virtue have to operate within some sort of bounds.
I think it has to. Well, the demiurge doesn't flip things, does it?
Yes.
In what way
So
do you mean?
so in Gnosticism, the demiurge is like the reason why things are wrong, things are chaotic.
Mhm.
The reason why things are contradictory and like well, like there's this promise of like a perfect God who does no evil, but like we see a lot of this evil that exists in the world. So like the way the Gnostics reconcile that is with a demiurge, basically flipping that on itself. Um,
Yeah,
and
but
so
you're saying the Gnostics flip, not the demiurge.
well, they're saying that the demiurge within the Gnostic religion is something that flips it. So like it's kind of like saying like Loki is the god of mischief within Norse mythology.
No, no, I'm saying like there are stories, right, of Loki flipping things, right? The demiurge doesn't flip things. He is acting in accordance to his will, right? And so the flip is in the historical narrative. It's not an action of the demiurge,
So
at
then
least in my understanding.
So then in that though, and here's what I kind of don't understand now. So then you said the trickster has to operate within some sort of bounds. Um, and then if something does not, or if there's an archetypical character that does not, that is chaotic but still operates within bounds, it can't be a trickster.
Well, the thing is, like, let's say the demiurge, like, this is like first of all, it's worth knowing that these are like mythological, archetypal constructs, right? And the demiurge is was invented very much as a real belief, right? it wasn't, it
Let's say
wasn't,
that, yeah.
it wasn't necessarily like a lesson teaching thing. It was like a real.
Oh, but then my question is like, wasn't Loki? I mean, not even just wasn't he like he was considered an actual
No,
entity that people worshipped.
no, I don't. I don't take. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't take that belief. I think most mythologies are.
Ooh,
I think
that's a hot
most
take.
mythologies are. Yeah, I'm a mythology supremacist. And I think most mythologies were lesson teaching things, and I even think that about early. I'm a Christian. I even think that about early Judaic mythology. That it's mostly like a lesson plan for a culture. But regarding so the idea of a demiurge, right? Why isn't he a trickster, and what archetype could he be? I would say he's more of a devil, right? So that is an archetype, is the devil. And
But
so
even in that
and
respect, like, couldn't
so
the devil also serve as a trickster? Kind of like how, like, the
no, so the
Hashatan in the Old
actual
Testament is a trickster.
no, yeah, so you're right. The actual devil, or in my mythology. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just wondering if y'all heard something or if it was my connection that was lost.
No, what are you talking about?
I guess.
Even your connection, I think.
Okay, yeah, I guess that was
Didn't
just
hear anything.
well.
So in my mythology, in my Christian belief, the devil is more of a trickster than a devil. Does that make sense? So the actual definition of a devil or something that I don't know actually exists, or maybe the devil exists within certain angels, but the Satan of Christianity is more of a trickster or a judge or something.
Okay, here it is. I found it. Here are the notes. Yeah, ambiguous spaces creative destruction, less to the mischief. Okay. I'm willing to add a trickster adds or is a chaotic entity that operates within some bounds. I mean, I'm curious to see what like everyone else in the panel thinks.
Well, I think all archetypes exist within bounds. I didn't mean to limit that to the trickster. Do you know what I mean?
Oh no, like just to like describe the trickster itself, because like, I mean, it's simply interesting. Like, because I have creative destruction, for example, that the trickster creates and usurps or destroys the prior whatever establishment. And so I mean, does that correspond with how you perceive chaos operating in bounds?
Well, so from my understanding, like Loki is a trickster, right?
Yeah. Mhm.
And so we think of him as this like fun, and Marvel movies we have that, but yeah, Loki is this like playful thing, right? Throughout a lot of Norse mythology. Then there is like Ragnarok, right? And there is another story, I forget, about Balder. But basically, the same powers associated with the trickster are involved. But the role is much more devious and malevolent. And I think that's when I would start to go like, the trickster ceases and there's like a more malevolent role being inhabited. Do you know what I mean?
Well, so this is kind of where it diverges from what I kind of tried to define with Crystal last time. Because like someone like Prometheus in Greek mythology providing fire to us, usurping the established order of not allowing humans to have fire, but then doing so in spite of that to ensure that humans can surpass and evolve. Or like Old Man Coyote, who does like the same exact thing. Or even like the Satan in the garden, who gives us like the knowledge of good and evil. So like, how do we? I mean, are they maleficent by like necessity, or can they do maleficent things, but overall they just kind of usurp the established order?
It's I think the latter.
They usurp the established order, but they are not maleficent by necessity. Malevolent, not maleficent.
Yes, but I don't. Well, here's the thing: is me and Crystal were kind of in agreement about saying that Jesus is kind of a trickster or
Yes,
a
definitely.
fool character, right? And
Yes.
so I'm a Christian, so obviously I would argue he's not only good, but the ultimate good. He is God Himself, right?
Yeah, totally.
But I'm also saying he fits a trickster archetype by inverting what it means, inverting hierarchies, inverting, by taking power out of the hands of the religious authorities and saying, no, the meek will inherit the earth, right? Then this is kind of... we can obviously see it as good. It's hard to speak to explain this. Do you understand my problem? Because it's so ingrained into our morality that it's hard to explain
Yeah. It's
why
just that,
this
like,
is
before.
why this is controversial. Like
Yeah.
to me, like I'm trying to understand why it's controversial, but at the same time, I'm like, no, that makes sense. You know,
Yeah, so like I
but to
heard you
them, it would
earlier
have been
say that
controversial.
like the trickster was malevolent, but then if like Jesus can serve as a trickster, would like that make Jesus malevolent?
No, well, obviously, by my, I would say he's benevolent, right? So he's a trickster is not necessarily malevolent, or nor any morality. A trickster is changing, creates disruption.
Yeah, I have that here as a lessons in mischief, yeah, or creative destruction, even.
Yeah,
kind of like both.
Well, because even Jesus said, "I am not here to something, but to divide," or some. You know what I mean?
I am not here to destroy the law, but to fulfill.
No.
Not that one.
No, he says.
Oh, but that seems kind of contradictory now that I think about it. Because like, wait a minute. Because if Jesus is making the claim that like I'm not here to destroy the law, but to fulfill, to actually embody the law, I think like you can say in one avenue that he acts as a trickster towards like the Philistines, for example, with the established like religious hegemony. But then like he's perfectly in correspondence with like the larger picture, so not like not a trickster in that regard.
Yeah, so Jesus is so the idea of Jesus is he's the reinverter, right? So like the trickster who tricked the trick. Or something like that, right? You know what I mean? So the idea is that humanity had a bad law or something, and he fulfilled the law, right? I'm not here to destroy the law, but to fulfill the law. But another part, like there's another part where Jesus said, like somebody's talking to Jesus, and they say, like, well, it used to say we could do this, right? And Jesus says, I tell you now, that was never the law, and what I say to you was always the law. So he's saying they got it wrong, right?
And by they, I assume you mean Yahweh, because Yahweh provided them the
No,
law.
no. He's saying the what was written down was not what Yahweh said, but what was actually in the Old Testament. You know, so Jesus contradicts what is kind of written in the Old Testament. People often point to these things and say it's a contradiction of the Bible. Is to, you know, when Jesus says this was not actually the law. So he's contradicting the Old Testament. That makes Christianity false. But they're saying what actually happened is true, but what they were told is kind of, you know, cloudy.
Yeah, I mean, because my whole thing is trying to derive the trickster by looking at some of the archetypical qualities that we assign to the trickster. And like, if someone like, let's say Jesus, for example, it's someone that we consider like a trickster. If in the case that you're saying that he's trying to reestablish the actual order, by like usurping what the order people perceive to be as true, would that be someone who is overall a trickster if they're reestablishing what is like hegemonically true or apparent, forthcoming?
I think, yeah, I think so, because I think with well, I don't know. I'm very platonic in these thoughts, and I think that the idea of a trickster is someone who shakes the tree, right? And then, so what happens is things fall where they should have fell, or something like that, right? So like a Loki shakes things, and then they fall into place. I don't know. Does that make sense? They shake things, and then they fall into place where other people were like disturbing the natural order or something like that. But that's obviously not always the case with every trickster.
See, that's the thing I wanted to highlight, and that's kind of something I kind of wanted to ask Crystal, like for clarification, or if she has some expertise in like, does the trickster need to embody at least a certain amount of X qualities in order to be considered a trickster, or like, what is there a threshold that we decide a trickster is supposed to be versus not? I'm super curious.
I think Encased is kind of onto something in the comments. I don't
Yeah,
know.
again, like rebels and tricksters. Yeah,
I don't know, because I always think of rebels, so again, I'll just say, like, in Christianity, because this is the mythology I know the best, then the devil is the first rebel, right? Kind of, in a way. He rebels against nothing. He rebels against perfect order, right? And so that makes him evil, because he's rebelling against, like, the good, right?
Doesn't that also make him right? Since like
correct. Does make him right.
the order can't be perfect if he can rebel.
Well,
Okay.
no. That,
Got
but
him.
I'm just let me
Have
just
any of you
extract.
guys ever read Pierce Anthony, the Incarnations of Immortality series?
Ooh, Incarnation. I've never read that.
So it's like a 7 or 8 book series, whatnot. And part of the idea is that there's different jobs basically as gods. So one of the first one you're introduced to is death. There's war. There's Mother Earth, and then there's the god, and there's the devil, right? And all of these can be replaced in certain ways. If you kill death, unalive death, you can become death. There's like a passing of a sword for war. Everybody has their own sort of ones. And one of the last stories is the woman who ends up, spoilers, I guess, but she ends up going through this series of tests to try and get her son's soul back. And she has to get all of something from everybody. And she's able to get everything, but she can't get anything from God, because God, in his perfection, will not do anything. Everybody else is too below for him to really do any interventions, right? So the angels do what they can, but because God is on a level of perfection all to himself, there is inaction.
Oh, that any action would include some sort of
Well, and it's sort of
dirtiness.
one of the things that bothers me about the idea of Jesus is that, we have to go through him to be able to be accepted, because God is perfect and God should not lower himself to us or something. I've had conversations with different people that have tried to convert me, and enough of them were just like, yeah, and I'm like, okay, I
won't
get you
try to
probably are
convert
not
you,
for
but
everybody, but
I can
yeah,
explain my understanding.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, like, I understand it's not everybody's understanding, but it's one of the ones that, like, I have talked with some people about and gotten, and it kind of rubs me the wrong way.
What is it?
And it's just sort of this idea of, like, God in his perfection, and a perfect God should not lower himself down for us, right? And therefore, that's why we have to come through Jesus or something. I'm not sure. In this world, there is no Jesus. But it ends up being where God is not really performing that function because of this idea of perfection. So is it really the best possible thing to be in a state of absolute perfection? A state of absolute perfection has no change. If there's no change, there is no life.
Hey,
Right?
that reminds me of a complaint I have all the time about Buddhism, where their enlightenment is like a kind of absenteeism. Like, you're like, okay, I'm gonna just escape samsara or whatever. I'm gonna sit down and you guys do you. But like, That sucks. That's a terrible outcome. Why? If I saw that in if I saw my kid going into that, I would feel like I lost them. Do you know what I mean?
I actually experimented with Buddhism, during my very experimental years. And that was the turnoff. I was like, nothingness, nothing. Like what? Nothingness. I was like, and back to what we were saying about grayness, there is an emphasis on this like idea of grayness. So I don't know if you know this in case, but Eastern religions are dualistic. Where I was saying Western Christianity, Western religions
I
are
consider
not.
myself to be a non-dualist. I stress it as one. Like I don't think reality can be gappy, as Jordan likes to put it. I don't subscribe to morality though, in the sense that you do, that there's a good and evil. I just think that we were ignorant and we're learning and we don't know what's good for us yet, and we're trying to
Well,
get there.
that's what I meant by
I mean it in a physiological
non-dualism.
sense.
That's what I meant by non-dualism. What do you mean by it?
No, that's what I'm saying. I always consider myself to be a non-dualist. I just don't think about it in terms of good and evil or of more toward God or away from God. I think of it as ignorant of ourselves or not ignorant of ourselves.
That's a semantic difference.
It apparently is connotated enough to make real behavioral differences.
You're right. Yeah, I agree with you. But I find it. But at the end of the day, I find it semantic. But I think you're right that it creates behavioral differences. My only thing is that I would say, what was the words you said? Used? Logical or
What are you referring to? What
whether we're knowing or non, that you see it as non-dual.
Ignorant. I think we were cosmically ignorant before, and we're only just recognizing the scope of our ignorance now.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Fundamentally, I'd say that it has to do with knowledge. I believe there's a matrix. I don't mean matrix. I mean like a graph.
Or a tensor. Yeah. Okay, I get you.
I believe we have on one part we have orientation or something like that, right? Like whether you want to do good or evil or something like that, right? Oh, I don't know what you'd call that, an orientation. And then on the other side, we have like something like intelligence or something, right? And so we have intelligence and orientation. And so the more intelligent you are, then the more you are knowing of the particular realities, right? And so then you have more power to exude your orientation. So if you are of very good orientation and very high intelligence, that's like sainthood, right? And if you're a very low low orientation, like bad orientation, and very high intelligence, that's like diabolic. Does that make sense?
If you substituted the word power, I think I would agree. And intelligence is, I think, only one aspect of being informed, and I think the word power though works.
I'm talking about individuals. So
yeah, I know, but we could separate your intelligence and your access such that there are very brilliant people that work in rice fields until they're gone. Like it's almost a certainty, and that's not my quote. It's just it's almost a certainty that people with Einstein level capabilities have died in rice paddy fields, and Like there's so you could separate intelligence and access, but not just access in terms of resources, access in terms of information. So I could be the most intelligent person ever, but if I live in 12,000 BC, I'm not going to figure out writing on my own. And
Yeah, but my idea is that if you know what's good and bad, right? If you know what's right and wrong, and you know a lot, and you choose to be good, that makes you very good, right?
I think wait, hang on. There's just a way in which that seems unlikely to me. That specific scenario that you know right and wrong and choose to be bad. And like
No,
there's
no,
just
no.
it's just a semantic thing maybe.
You
Go
mean
ahead.
if you know right and wrong and you choose wrong?
Yeah, it's hard for me to recognize that because part of the knowledge that I consider knowledge is what it feels like to be loved and admired by people, and people who choose wrong have often never experienced it, or like or have problems, like a sense of like what's that thing, that complex that people have where they think they're fake, imposter syndrome, or that subverts even good interactions that they have or whatever. But it seems to me like people who do wrong don't know how good it is to be good.
No. I personally have chosen evil in my life. I mean, I'm not saying like this like grand like crazy thing we're talking.
Can you give me a small example of one that's not too severe for the audience?
Yeah, I have. Let's say I was at a party and I chose to partake in a party favor when every sense of me was telling me like, no, get out. And then I partook in the party favor, and that was my decision, right? And I had certain social pressures that were telling me like, this will increase your whatever. So you could say that influenced my knowledge of right and wrong, the social pressures.
No, wait,
But
can I give you an example of a way that I think social pressures do it? But I don't think it's what you're gonna think I'm gonna say. Maybe I'm wrong. But like sometimes
I'm
when
just saying I
people,
fully knew it was wrong when I did it.
I'm not. Hang on. I think that's knowledge is very nuanced. When we examine it, it turns out to be multifaceted. And there's a sense in which a particular aspect of the knowledge is lacking when you make that decision because you're denied access. And I wanted to talk about how that could happen because of an emotional state that you're having. So sometimes when people are sad, they can't remember happy times. When you ask them to think about good memories, bad memories come up. Do you know what I'm saying? Does that ever happen to you?
No, from my understanding, bad memories are like the building block of doing good or something. Like bad memories.
I think you might be misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm saying that while you are in your lowest emotional states, you are so much more likely to recall a bad memory than a good one.
Oh, okay.
And in the same way, when you're listening to a sad song, you're so much more likely to imagine a sad scene than a positive scene, even if you didn't even realize the song was playing in the background. It still holds true. And I'm trying to say that is the sense in which we are denied access to our knowledge when we do evil.
No, are you saying all the evil is excusable?
I mean, to be excusable versus comprehensible. Is there a case where something can be comprehended and not excused?
Wait, say that again.
Is it possible in your worldview for us to both comprehend exactly how something came to be and that it is not excused, thereby because we comprehended it? Is it possible to both understand how something came to be and not excuse it? Is that possible in your worldview?
I don't know why I just can't understand this, but in my worldview, so I think, I mean, I guess I don't think anything's inexcuse or unforgivable, right? But I do think that there is like I do think there is such thing as maliciousness.
Well, you see, you hear me saying that I think maliciousness is ultimately caused by their lacking some kind of access, mental specifically access, emotional access that I have that they don't have, and I pity them for not having it. When you're selfish, I pity you for not knowing why to love people. You know, it's not a
But
hate. I don't
you
have to
believe
hate.
in free will?
No, I don't. I think the
Oh,
word.
well, we're at an
Me neither.
impasse of sorts.
But
We're
I'm
at
asking you about your worldview. I want to know, do you believe that all reasons are excuses? Is that, I'm just asking you.
all reasons are excuses. Can you give me an example?
Well, it came up in this one
Mhm.
because we assume or explain how this is one way in which we're denied access, but we could do that as a scenario where someone has a helmet and we see that they literally don't have access to the part of their brain that does empathy. It doesn't light up the channel. We can show you physically how the channel is blocked. So if that's the case, do you think that would be an excuse or a reason?
I don't see the I don't see the delineation. I
Just my
I think it'd
question.
be both. I think it'd
You
be
answer.
an excuse and a reason.
So that I think that now that I understand that, I can say faithfully that this would count as an excuse. From your worldview, this would count as an excuse. Everyone is
What do you
excused for the
mean?
evil that they do. Because
What do
you
you
think reasons are excuses. I think there's always a reason for the evil that people do. Whether or not it's justifiable in their worldview, there's some physical cause, the chain of events that caused that to happen. If we could understand it, we could subvert it.
No. I was talking specifically about like a mental impairment. If we're getting out into particulars, I think that I specifically have chosen. I am talking about myself. I'm not talking about anybody else. I specifically have chosen evil plenty of times when I could have chosen good. And I was bad for doing so. And I had, maybe, I think the idea of an excuse. Okay, so we're going back to excuse, right? The idea of an excuse, the excuses I give for the evil I did, are lies, right? So here's what I'll say to you in case. If there is a legitimate excuse, yes. But if it's the excuse that I think of when I chose evil and I go, oh, I come up with an excuse, right? It's a post thing. It's a post action thing, the excuse, right? It's a rationalization. I think that is not that's not real. That's a lie. I don't know.
Well, I can tell you that has always been the criticism levied at determinists. But it doesn't seem to me as if indeterminists behave statistically better on average. So,
Wait, what do you
or
mean?
free
Can you
willers.
say that again?
Well, like it's just the ancient, like Agamemnon is criticized for it. You know, I am as the gods made me. Of course, you would say that you're evil. Well, how easy is it for you to say that I am in control, being born a good man?
I mean, here's the thing: is I think both. I think you have tendencies. I think you have. I think you need to fight against your worst tendencies. I think every person is tested, and you. So I believe free will is like a very small thing. I don't know if that makes sense.
Small enough to be like ignored, or a small thing is like it doesn't have as much of a significant effect on everything, but it still has an effect that's noticeable.
Um, small in no, small in that like you have very little. I think free will is like very particular. It occurs. So when you, I mean, I think this is an interesting question. So if we all assume free will, can we all assume that that free will exists?
Sure, for the sake of the let's assume it for the sake of the conversation.
So let's say free will exists, and let's say objective morality exists, right? There is always a best choice, right, from God. God decides what's good, and God decides what's evil. And there's no matter what you do, there's always a better decision, right? And so let's say you really want an apple. So you go to the supermarket, right? And then there are 4 apples, one red delicious, one green, one granny, one whatever, and a pear, right? Is that a moral decision? I think is the question. Is it when you choose which apple you want, are you choosing, is everything moral? Is every decision you make consequential?
Moral decisions are those which impact another. They're moral to the degree to which they impact another or your future self.
But let's say there's one that would bring you theoretically the most deliciousness. At that moment, there is one that will serve you the best. Like, does that then make that a moral decision?
I see those kinds of actions as favors for my future. I think if you think in selfish terms, it's very easy to make decisions like that hurt your own future. Like, that's that guy's problem. It's not my problem. I'm gonna eat future. Like, that's that guy's problem. It's not my problem. I'm gonna eat this right now, a whole box of donuts or whatever. Like, so I personally see that as a moral question. Do I do what's best for them in 5 minutes? Oh yes, I'll get up. I'll go make him tea.
No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, like, in that split decision, is there a best apple to pick? I don't know. Like, what do you think, Simeon? Do you think there's a best, most moral fruit to pick if you're given a choice of,
Yeah, but you can moralize anything, right? So like let's say I believe that like damaging the planet is ultimately problematic and that certain types of apples are going to be more damaging to the soil than other apples. And so in an effort to one, sustain myself, 2, operate within capitalism, and then 3, choose the apple, I would have to choose the apple. In that case, choose the apple that causes the least harm to the environment in that calculus.
let's
So like
not
you
say
can moralize pretty much anything.
let's not say that. Let's say moralizing in terms of flavor. Could you moralize that?
Yeah. So let's say someone. So yeah, let's take a Buddhist for example.
Moralize that.
Yeah. So let's say someone. So yeah, let's take a Buddhist for example who doesn't want to satisfy themselves or wants to avoid as much discretionary satisfaction as possible in order to attain like enlightenment. Simply eating for taste rather than just eating for sustenance. It would be imperative for them to choose the sustenance over taste. So like the apple that provides them the least satisfaction, and therefore that's moralized.
So a Christian might say that which is most satisfactory and nutritious, right?
Maybe, sure, but like the point of the matter is that like because you can moralize everything, it's kind of hard for me to like without like a strict like what in case provided was really good, like morals as they affect other people. I mean that's a good line to draw, but like outside of that, if you're looking at like apples and stuff, you can moralize pretty much anything.
Ultimately descend from moral values, and because we want what we want for evolutionary reasons, it was what was good for us. In the same way, we want apples because it at one point it was what was good for us. We want sweetness in ultra high intensity because at one point it's what was good for us. And in that sense, they pertain to and originate in our morals, but they don't necessarily perfectly signal our morals because they lag behind the context.
I agree with that. I think it would be really cool to hear you and Jordan talk about the moral anti-realist versus like more realist stance. Because I was talking to Jordan about that earlier today. It's just so I could write it down. But I think that'd be a really good conversation to hedge out in one of these topics, one of these days.
I always end up having to ask more questions than argue when I talk to Jordan about topics because there's so many positions it turns out I haven't seen yet. Like there are other positions that I haven't heard about yet.
I just don't understand the idea of so I understand certain aspects of determinism, right? But don't you see that we have to make, I don't know, we have to
decisions, choices?
Yeah, we have to make difficult choices.
So like why do we want to make those choices? Like what's underscoring the want in those decisions?
Well, I think it has. I mean, I'm Christian, so I think it has to be theistic by nature.
So like you'd say that God creates your wants for you to want to make decisions.
I think God. I mean, if I could put it very bluntly, I think that we have a God-shaped hole. And we have this desire to be reconnected with the divine, right? And that while we search and yearn and all these kinds of things, we're trying to repair that hole. And at the same time, we're constantly reminded that that is not accessible in this form, in this
So
like.
in that case, if there was, so what instantiates that like God-shaped hole? Like why does that hole exist in the first place?
Well, that's
because then even in that model, if there's something that underscores the want for our want, then we didn't really have the free will to enact it because the thing that we decide on was already determined by something else, a prior event or circumstance.
That's determined in like most religion.
Determined
in. No, there is a sense of determination in Christianity. There's the idea of you have what's it called? Something sin. I forget.
Original sin?
Yeah.
So even with that, actually, I shouldn't have interrupted. So just to clarify, what do you mean by free will by virtue of Christianity? Like, how does Christianity entail free will necessarily?
Oh, I wasn't saying that it's gives a better version of free will.
I don't think it gives a better, but like, how does free will distill from Christianity per se?
How do Christians have free will?
Yeah, so like the Christian, because like I'm also Christian, but like where in the Christian paradigm does it say that like free will is forthcoming?
So there's this idea that you only have the choice of like accepting God's grace or denying God's grace, or that in any so in early Christianity, they would not consider the example I gave about the apples. They would not consider that free will, right?
Mhm.
They would consider that like, I don't know, like a monkey, choosing his favorite. You know what I mean? Like, so they consider free will something along the lines of morality. So they were not anti-deterministic. They saw it as a deterministic thing. But at the same time, I think there is a anti-deterministic thing having to do with, we do choose what we say. Right now, my brain is fluttered with all these kinds of thoughts, and I'm trying my best to speak to you all. If I think for a second that every thought I have is pre-chosen, I'm going to like have a seizure or something. I don't know. I just don't think it's I don't
Sure,
think
it
it's
might be more.
practical.
Yeah, sure, it might be more intuitive, right? Like I think, like for me, for example, because I reject the notion of free will, but like let's say I don't get an A on a test, I don't go, oh no, the initial conditions of the universe maybe like not get an A on the test. Like I act as though I do have free will. Like I walk around thinking, oh, if I study,
Oh,
then I will get an A. But the
hey,
thing
hang
is
on.
that
That's
okay, ahead.
differentiating between proximate and distant causes. That's not free will. Like if you're thinking studying leads to you acing the test, in some sense, you're thinking in terms of determinism. You'd have to exit cause to think in terms of free will. I'm just gonna get it. I'm gonna remember because I want to remember.
By
The point.
this logic, the only people who could potentially think of they're not or there being free will are people who like live. You'd have to live so like you'd have to have so much inaction and just have things done to you. I don't know. I think regardless of free will, this is why I hate determinism. I hate discussions about determinism, is that it only leads to questions about like, do you take action or do you not? And
So, I mean, the utility of my analogy, though, was to explain away the idea of like wanting to want and how that underscores like free will versus determinism, or free will versus like, let's say free will versus non-free will, because I don't think I'm quite necessarily a determinist. So, like, if I consider like the test example, like, did I want to study? Why do I want to study? And so, what underscores that want to study? If that thing that's underscoring that want is me, then sure. But if there's something that's underscoring that want that isn't me, I don't see how can I like derive free will from that. It just seems that like the process gets pushed back kind of like infinitely. You can say that it's God, but then that's saying that it's predetermined by God.
At the very least, it gets pushed back to before you were born. Like eventually, that cascade precedes you.
Yeah.
I find
Yeah.
it very impractical, though. Like, is
Sure,
there
I mean, you
any
can find it
practice?
Can I give you an
Yeah.
example of a way in which it's very practical? Like I only find that people who disbelieve make this fatalism claim. People who believe in no free will, in my life at least, are very, very, very active people. The dang it, I lost my thread. How did I open up, Marla?
Fatalism.
Oh, fatalism. Like in my own life, I wanted to give an example. Thank you. It's late for me. The if you were trying to quit smoking, okay, and you think of it as you have this free will, to the degree anytime you take that position and don't examine the circumstances that cause you to fail, you miss out on some piece of information. So if or that are correlated to failure, whether or not it's actually causal, if you are finding yourself failing when you step out with other people, then don't do that, right? You are going to be much more successful if you don't enter into the circumstances that you find yourself vulnerable to.
All of these things presuppose that free will exists, but it's
They
people
just
behaving.
all they presuppose is that you have the desire. Obviously, if you didn't have the desire to quit smoking, I wouldn't be communicating with you how. I would be communicating with you why based on some other desire that you have. I would be asking you, what do you want? Okay, well, in order to do that better, you're going to want to live. Or whatever it is. Like, we have to predispose only that you have some set of desires that includes this thing somehow. And then I'm just trying to show then we just need to spread the knowledge, and we would want to do that when we learn, which is why I'm telling you I want to do it, because I care, because I want people to behave better, because I live in a world with people. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't require free will at any point.
No, I just don't see how anyone, like you're saying, a person is denied free will, and therefore they act the same. I don't see that. It's if a person is denied free will, they're going to behave extraordinarily differently. In a negative way. So I don't see I don't even want to broach the idea.
Look, I am much more sympathetic to the idea of free will, but let me try and make the case against it, and still in like a positive light for you, right?
Me?
To you, yes, I'm I'm making a case to you, right? Because one of your things is that there's a gap, it seems like, in a feeling of positivity towards it. That if there is no free will, then there's not this positive motion towards anything. But let's take like MLK Jr., right? If he had no free will in what he was doing, taking the actions that he did was because he was in the right place with the right personal developments to be able to take those actions, right? And so it becomes less of something of, I must will myself to be in this position. And it is more something of, I am here because I am fulfilling the need that is created by the circumstances around me.
And can I give the So my problem is that if we believe in complete determinism, right? Then all of this, no one is good, no one is bad. Everyone is just doing what would have been done regardless. And then I should not think MLK Jr. did anything good, because he is just a product of his environment, which is a product of that environment, which is the same of the supposed evil people, and that they are all just like these tentacles that come down from the initial inciting incident of all of reality. So determinism, to me, means that everything is like a effect, and there was one cause. There was an initial cause, and there's no more cause, and everything's an effect. And so MLK, whatever you think about him, or whoever does anything good, is no better than anybody else. They're all just like.
Can I levy my criticism there? Like, again, it was the same one I did against Simeon when he claimed that distinguishing between, that studying was it, and not just accepting his fate is not is somehow pretending you have free will. I don't think that's true. I think that we can understand that the Big Bang happened and that there are interesting facts about chemistry and that those are two discrete things. You know what I mean? I think that that's entirely possible, that there's a set of causes that is the Big Bang, and there's a set of causes that is the way that atoms interact with each other. And they're not the same set of causes because there were no atoms at the Big Bang. They are ultimately connected to each other. They're related to each other in fundamental and profound ways, but they are not identical to each other. Does that make sense?
I think I got you in case. I think
I lost my connection there for a minute.
Oh.
You understand what I mean? That there are very distant causes in the past, like the dinosaurs got wiped out and the mammals
Hey,
are
I
here.
gotta head away
And
for
there
a
are near
while.
causes too.
It was good talking to you.
Hey, thanks for having me. Hey,
Yeah.
peace.
I think the thing that got me about his argument, and he's gone now, so he can't really defend it or anything, but it just always feels like it comes back to a variation of, well, if that's the case, then my ideal of good and bad and morality doesn't hold up.
Well, he earlier claimed that his idea of good and bad were exactly the same as mine, and that was just a semantic issue. And mine doesn't doesn't require free will. It just requires that there be better and worse things for us, given our physiology. There are better and worse things for us.
It felt like maybe I got him mixed up somewhere, but I feel like he described evolution as, forces towards a good. So if the predeterminism is shaped by forces of evolution, then I feel like you would still have this morality overlay could still fit on top of it. I feel like I've seen people do that with the idea of, the God as the good and therefore what everything is kind of folding into. But
I don't mind if somebody wants to do that. It's where I start to get upset is when they start victim blaming people for their outcomes. Like we have the highest prison population, not just on Earth currently, but in all of human history, and even per capita, it's still really high. And I worry about that tendency in people, and I feel like we have to resist this. Also, like the reason people the reason that we want figureheads is this free will, that we think that there might be better and worse people rather than conditions that produce better and worse outcomes.
Yeah,
I think that's a good way of looking at it. I agree.
Yeah, and that was a weird thing too. It was like, well, if this is the case, then there aren't better and worse people. It's just, their circumstances, and it's sort of like, yeah, that's to a degree. I agree with that. There's obviously cases in either direction that you can point towards, but if you're
even if you are somehow a worse person, the fact that you were born that way should absolve you. Like it shouldn't be like if you're actually a psychopath. I don't know if those really exist or whatever. I'm not an expert on mental health, but if you're actually someone who is born with this tendency toward violence or whatever, or an